can stand and for the karakia.
Ki te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, ki a kina ki uta, ki a mataratara ki tai, ki a hiriaki rana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tēnei Māori ora.
Thank you. Just turning to the agenda now, page 1, the conflicts of interest, members to declare conflicts, if any. Councillor Gear. Councillor Gear, Comstones. Is there anybody else that needs to declare a conflict of interest? Councillor Peterson, My Waste. Any others? Okay. Moving on then to apologies. Tino, I've heard that she will be on her way shortly, so I will note her apology for lateness. And I've not heard from her. So I'm happy to move that we accept a late apology from Tino. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Johnson. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Item number 4, late items for inclusion under section 46A7. Now you would have received the item that's on your desk, which is commissioner appointments, hearing for resource consents, of which there are 2. This item has not been available for inclusion with the agenda and could not be held over until a later meeting. Could I have somebody move that we accept this late item? Councillor Peterson moved, seconded Councillor Nixon. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. The next one, there are item number 5. There are no items to be considered under section 48(1)(a). So moving on to item number 6, the confirmation of minutes of the long-term plan hearings held on the 19th and 20th of May. So direct you to page 101 of the agenda. The minutes of the hearings are there. So moved by Councillor Bell to confirm those minutes, seconded by Councillor Gear. Any questions of clarity on those minutes? There is none, so I'll put the motion confirming the minutes. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Okay, moving on now for decision, we move to item number 7, page 121, the 2021-31 long-term plan deliberations overview, and I'll hand over to Kat.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, today the Council gets to make some pretty significant decisions after consulting the community of Masterton on its consultation document and underlying information. There's also the fees and charges and the significance and engagement policy to also consider. But I know that top of mind is the 3 big decisions that you went out to the public and asked for feedback on. The first one obviously being funding of a civic facility, the second the revamp of Masterton, and the third more housing for seniors. The overview report documents the process that you have run in order to engage with the community and the feedback that you have received both in online submissions, emails, hard copy, phone calls, face-to-face engagement with the community and attending community meetings. Could I just have the slide? I don't propose to go into all of the information in the overview because you've had the report in order to familiarise yourself with it. But there are a couple of things that I need to draw your attention to at this stage. The first one is that we're on a very tight timetable from here on out, and the timetable really kicks in today with up to 2 days of decision making, and we don't want to rush your decisions and your deliberations, so we've just set aside 2 days there, and then we're on the fast track to the end of the financial year when you will adopt your final plan with all of the information in it. In the interim, we have to obviously have that plan and go through the audit process. So as you can see, we have about a week after this week to turn around all of your decisions and get them ready to go to audit. So this really is a significant milestone in your decision-making process. Unfortunately for us, subsequent to the agendas going to print, we received information about our Waka Kotahi, which is the NZTA agency, about our roading subsidy. So some information came in on Monday, some further information was confirmed yesterday, and what we're talking about here is the indicative allocations for our roading and footpaths program, and it will affect the next 3 years, which is the period of the Regional Land Transport Plan. So it comes as no surprise that we are operating now in a very constrained funding environment for all of the activity classes, and we actually won't know what the final results are until August after you've adopted your plan. So we have been given advice that I'll just run through quickly with you now, just so that you have an understanding of that before we get into some of the other issues, and we can come back and revisit this throughout the course of deliberations. We have an amount that we applied for, and across our whole program, and it's, as you can see there, it was just over $36.6 million for all of our local roads and maintenance. You will see that the indicative amount that we've been told we will get approved is close to 30 million, which is up significantly, you know, I guess on where we were 3 years ago, but reflects the fact that over all of New Zealand, all of the road controlling authorities, like ourselves, have been told, are you getting less money? And we still obviously are expected to maintain our roads and our footpaths at a standard that is appropriate. You will note too though that the road safety promotion budget, there's no indication that that will be reduced at this stage. So what does this mean? So there's about a $7 million gap in what we had in the underlying information, and of that, because we share the funding of the whole roading program with our partner Waka Kotahi, $4 million of that is our gap if we stay at the same level of program. You'll recall that we had bridge replacement in the program that hasn't been affected, but the reduction in the subsidy effectively means that we've got a 20% reduction in footpath renewals and pavement rehabs, reseals and strengthening, and that we can continue with our basic maintenance program, but when things fail, we're just patching them up. We've had advice, as you always do, from every party that has a view, which is that we need to treat this interim indicative allocation as the most appropriate underlying information for the basis of your long-term plan, which means that we need to update both our assumptions and our financial forecast based on your decisions. We need to check whether any difference that we do is significant or material, and we've been told look at alternative sources of funding if you are thinking that you need to maintain the level of service that you consulted on and there's a funding gap. We don't necessarily have anything that is contracted for at this point in time that will be affected, but we do need to consider what we do next. So if we, this is the staff advice to you, if we cut the renewals program by 20%, probably not a significant level of service change, but what it will do is severely impact our programs into the future. So we'll either end up needing to put more money aside to catch up what we haven't done, or we're going to end up with an ongoing level of service drop. So it will be material for our budgets based on whatever decisions that you make, but not necessarily something that you do need to go out and consult again over. We can still fund our share of a reduced program, and we'll talk about how we can do that. We've thought that we can actually loan fund it, which wouldn't be significant or material and would preserve the level of service that you have committed to your community, which is around really, keeping people safe and keeping the roads and footpaths at a standard. To be honest, Waka Kotahi said we needed to up our game to achieve the level of service we were promising. So to just run through some figures, if we're trying to find the gap, we think that the gap for Masterton's share, not the government share, is just probably for that $4 million. And we're just showing you there in this one. Really, if you adjusted it now, it's probably not going to have a material impact on what ratepayers see and pay for a 3-year debt funding of the gap. Just reminding ourselves of what we said. We said we were increasing our budget because we really needed to get the level of service nailed for our community. If we reduce our program to match the available subsidy, we've still got to increase our budget and we get a reducing level of service. That obviously over time we will need to make up at some other point in the future if we don't want to have deterioration. And if we fund the gap, we are effectively meeting the story that we told our public in our consultation. So staff are recommending fund the gap through debt because it only marginally increases our debt levels over the course of the plan, so we've got no breaches of our debt limits. We achieve what we said we'd achieve, and we also prevent the deterioration. It's also equitable and sustainable to do it by spreading the load through debt. And so that's the current users aren't all paying for it in rates, and let's face it, these are long-term assets. And there's a little bit of a carrot in doing it this way because we've found that pretty much every year there are some councils that can't complete their roading program and some money gets returned to the pot, and we can apply for that pot to be given to us, or a portion of it, to fund the works that were necessary to achieve our level of service. We've done this successfully in the past, but there are no guarantees, but if we don't do it, obviously we can't. And that effectively, if we did it this way, we would be tweaking our underlying assumptions in the long-term plan, and in doing so we would be meeting the audit requirements and also following good practice. So essentially, if you agree, we have got a draft recommendation to put to you. But I think there's probably an opportunity for you to ask some questions about this particular issue, as it is completely new to your deliberations today. And we can come back to this.
Okay, thanks, Kat. You like it?
Apparently I've missed a dot.
Did you get dot by a comma?
Dots, not commas.
Oh, 4 billion. I love 4 billion.
Yeah. So it's 4.4 million. Yeah, I totally agree. We would order.
Sorry, I just cut and pasted from the...
Okay. Yeah, I'll just come back to you. So this is just come out late Monday. I saw it late Monday. Staff have got the work through the detail yesterday. So this is off, and this is right across New Zealand. So every council across New Zealand is getting the same message. So we've been thrown a bit of a brick, and we need to work out how we're going to do it, particularly given that we increased our funding for roading because of the need to do it. So this is quite big, so I'm going to have to take some questions now for staff to answer, but I think it would be good if we can get a printed copy and come back to this maybe as a separate agenda item at the end of the agenda with those recommendations, because I think it's quite hard for staff, for councillors to just receive this now and, take that.
We're happy to print this out, but if there's any questions that you want to ask, then we can prepare for...
happy to take questions. Councillor Johnson.
Just a question. One of the deliberations today is about the town centre revamp, which of course one of the reasons we originally discussed Queen Street is because of the NZTA subsidy. So how will this affect that?
And the way a good chief executive does, she will ask for support from her assets and operations people. It does depend on what you do, including your town centre revamp, as to what would have been subsidisable or not anyway. So it's a little bit hard for us to say, but we have run some of the numbers. So would either of the Davids like to?
David or David?
Yes, we would, if we follow this recommendation, we would be able to do the town centre, but it would be loan funded, that portion of the expenditure. If we decide to cut back our program to match, no, we wouldn't be able to get that. That subsidy is effectively gone for that town centre, plus the other service. So when we come to discuss options for the town centre, another paper, we'll include some of the funding solutions when we come to that discussion.
I guess the only other thing, of course, is that we just need to be cognisant that the Waka Kotahi NZTA subsidy element is not the only external, this piece is not the only external funding that's available within the town centre revamp as well. There are walking and cycling, there's livable cities budgets, and there are potentially other budgets as well for external funding.
Okay. Councillor Peterson.
Sorry, my question was really probably just been explained by Kat, but I just wonder what are the implications going to be for the any money we might have for promotion of walking and cycling and those other mode, what the Kotahi, you've got a multimodal perspective. Sorry, and I just wonder, this is going to be all day. Can we just alter the rules, but we can stay seated today?
I'd like to see you jump on.
Otherwise, we're going to be up and down all day.
Yeah, look, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
So walking and cycling is coming out of another bucket.
Okay.
Right.
Well, we're not sure, but that's the indication of this.
Right.
And Your Worship, in discussions, trying to struggle to see whether we were in workshops, but there's an obvious part where income raising is an opportunity, and I just wonder which, in terms of deciding on quite a big area, that we should explore income opportunities a little more.
Yeah, I'm not too sure where we'd get income from. I mean, our current financial assistance rate is 56%, 57%.
57 average over the 3 years.
Yeah. So that's it's a huge amount of income to get. But if you've got some creative ideas, Ra, we'll have a chat about that.
I'd love to take the credit for them, but they've been discussed already. And so, for example, what might be a different rate for forestry?
Okay. Yep. Okay, totally. Okay, Councillor Nixon.
and this is probably correct, I think, Your Worship, the government has decided to cut budgets to roading. How does that match, or can you see any evidence, or how does that match up with the government's stated aim to make safer roads? So I get that.
As a bureaucrat, I would say it's difficult to see the policy alignment with the funding.
Thank you very, very much.
Very polite way of putting it.
Because I mean, that to me, that is the single biggest issue here, is we have a government edict that says they want safer roads, and yet then they withdraw their money for us to provide that. So, I mean, a clear and unequivocal message to provinces is yet again we're being dicked by the government. That was a nice way of putting it.
Don't quite use one of those words, but yeah. Councillor Gia and then Councillor Holmes.
Probably the only question I have, and most of it's been answered, but given the increase in costing for roading materials, etc., are we confident that $4 million is the figure we should be aiming at? Should it be more?
I think at this stage, as staff would be cautioning against adding anything into the program that we haven't programmed and scoped and discussed with Waka Kotahi. We have an investment relationship with them, and we engage all the time. So adding things in, adding in additional cost now would not serve us well in our arrangements with them. This is, after all, an indicative thing back from.
Yeah, no, sorry, maybe I phrased that wrong. I'm just concerned that if we do go and loan fund it at a cost of $4 million, or David's point, $4 billion would be lovely, that because of the increase in cost, we could tune it through that, in a short time frame.
So David will probably answer that one. You might be worth coming actually out and
Our program is based on assumptions on inflation and our cost forecast for the next 3 years. You're right, we've been seeing the market move, so we will have to work very hard to be able to deliver everything we want to deliver for that quantum. But given that we've been told that if there's been less, it would be very hard to ask for more. Yeah, but yes, our recent market movements do indicate that we will have to work really hard to deliver on that 3-year program for that money.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Holmes.
No, I was just going to ask, has this percentage decreased, is that across all rural councils? And the other thing, it's really going to affect our rural roads.
it's not a percentage decrease.
It's not, so
yeah, Waka Kotahi have taken a view of the programs that have been submitted. We may feel aggrieved at the amount, the difference between the funding that we asked for in our program. There are other councils that have much larger gaps between what they submitted and what they are receiving, and they're not necessarily rural or provincial.
Okay, so I think I'll put this back on the agenda for down the bottom, and I think we need, if we can get a copy of that so that councillors can read it and sort of have time to think about it, given its implications. And I suppose for me that I sit on the Regional Land Transport Committee with my fellow mayoral colleagues, and we go through such a lot of work to do the regional transport plan that then feeds up to the national one and has to align with the government policy statement on it, and then we get cut back, and I just sort of shake my head. And I always remember what David Hotman likes to say, and that is our rural roads are part of the network, and it's just as important for us. We understand the modal shift into cycling, walking and public transport, but if you live at Floriana or if you live out at Morrisville, then those options aren't really options for us. So I think that we just need to think about how we may want to move forward with this, because this is for the next 3 years, that balance, but then what happens after that? Because if it's going down now, is it ever going to come back up again? These are big questions that we need to be thinking about moving forward. Ray, I'll go to you and then we'll move on.
Just a comment about the regional group. Just given that maybe some of what I've seen of their strategy in getting Wellington moving, does it include areas north of it? So there's been a major, in terms of the regional approach, and just, would like to highlight that that group should be appreciating other areas, including ourselves.
We do make our voice known, but we sit on that with four metros. So it's, yeah. Okay, thank you everyone, and thank you for that, Kat.
Motorway budget's been cut too. All those big motorway extensions.
Well, I don't know, because, yeah. I would suspect that's why ours have been cut to fund some of those.
And that's why I have some people like Tina says.
Yeah, that's right. I think that's why but we can only assume that. I'm sure those questions will be asked quite strongly. Okay, so we have the first item, which is the long-term plan deliberations overview with the recommendations that Council receives the report. Is there any questions of Kath on the report? And that's pages 121 to 133. Councillor Peterson.
Could I just make the point that to me it was, I'd just like to thank staff because it was a very, very comprehensive document, and it is very fair. All sides of each issue.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Councillor Nixon.
Thank you, Richard.
Nelson. I think my Nixons are the Nelsons, let's start.
I like that, Tina and I.
You'll be surprised.
Very surprised. I've got quite a few comments and some questions about this. Just in regards to the process for submissions, as you know, I found the software choice to be an extremely poor one. And I think in this document, rather than justify the choice of it, we should acknowledge that it was a significant error, especially for what has been acknowledged as such a key consultation, and the biggest that we've done for several years. This has been raised at the beginning of the whole process when I attempted to do a submission myself, which I subsequently withdrew because I was unable to, and I found it extremely challenging to do. I've received emails in the last 2 days from great players who had the same issues, who didn't do submissions. I've had feedback from 2 local school principals who didn't do submissions because they found the process too difficult and challenging and time-consuming and frustration. My PA was the same. I think when Toby Mills did his submission, he made a really good point. The only reason he was able to be in the room was because he thought he'd made the submission. He went back to check on some details and it hadn't been submitted, so he could very well not have been in the room. This was raised right at the beginning of the process. I think what we should have done is changed or added to the process by using a tried and trusted tool such as Google Forms, if we're able to with council, but definitely SurveyMonkey. I know other councils use that. Just going over further, I've got concerns about people who make submissions by letter and email. The only documentation that they're using is the Stepping Up brochure, because in that it only has the 2 options. You don't get the 3rd option that was in the supplement. So I think that sort of tilts the possible balance of the submissions that are coming through. Going over a little bit more, I'm really concerned on page 125 about qualitative versus quantitative feedback, and I find that to be extremely subjective. I see the comment about residue support of things that weren't supported. I think there might be residual lack of support of items that were supported, and I hope that went both ways when we talk about residue impact. Going over into page 129, I think that is the true data from the limited data that we got, and I think that is the data that we should be looking at, not the data around the subjective feedback. Moving on further to page 130, when you've got the information about the demographics and of the people who did submissions is hardly relevant on such a poor and low sample. You can't really give that sort of information. A shift of 2 people, for example, or 2 Māori changing their view would make a significant percentage shift. It could just be 1 or 2 people that makes that shift when there's 146 people doing the submissions. On page 131 in the deliberations, that was refreshing to see that we're, if I can just read, deliberations require elected members to take into account not only all submissions and other feedback received during the consultation process, but officer feedback as well. This includes what has changed in the 2 months since consultation started. And if that is the case, then I'd like to know if submissions to the local newspaper by the local developer David Morgan will also be taken into consideration. I've had a lot of feedback. I saw him yesterday, apparently sent 300 emails supporting the proposal he put forward. So if we are looking at, if we're going by that statement on page 131 around deliberations, we'll be looking at the likes of David Morgan's suggestion. That's one question.
So my response to that question, the question specifically on that, we take account of everything. We all read the newspapers. We all, so we all take that on across, and I'm sure that's reflective of others around the road, unless I'm mistaken. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Peterson, Councillor Capel, and next. Did somebody else have their hand up? No. Councillor Capel and then Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have to say that I agree with just everything that Councillor Nelson just said. I think that the whole submission process was very disappointing, and the figures that we received are to some degree flowered a little bit over in this report, and that it makes them look as though they were reasonable. In terms of the fact that we had 3 projects in front of us totaling around about $70 or $80 million worth of spend, to get only 350 submissions was shocking, and made even more shocking, I guess, by the fact that South Wairarapa had 800 submissions to their plan. So I think it's very important that we sit down and reflect back on why the whole thing was so poor. And I think that we'll find when we do that it was the fact that the software was just not up to it. There was so many people who said to me that they didn't put submissions in. I think one thing you couldn't, as Chris has related to before, you could not complain about the number of face-to-face meetings we've had. I think the consultation from the councillors around the table with the community has been quite magnificent, actually. And the staff also did a hell of a lot of work in that regard. But the problem we had, and I think that this has come through totally, is that we weren't able to talk about things that the people wanted to know. And one of the big things that we weren't able to talk about was, no matter what happened, what was going to happen to the town hall building over here. I think that all the meetings that I went to, and I went to 8 or 9, the thing that came through really strongly in the comments from people was, what are you going to do with those with the old buildings? Are you going to sell them? Are you going to tear them apart? Or what are you going to do? And I think that was disappointing that we didn't cover that in our document. And I think that both Councillor Gear and myself, as media people, were extremely critical of the fact before that document went out that we weren't covering that particular question. And I still don't understand why we didn't. I don't think that it would have reflected in any other side of the conversation at all. So yeah, I'm with Councillor Nelson. I think the whole process has been disappointing. I think that we should, I do like the idea of, and I think it was Councillor Nixon who mentioned once, of going out, actually running some sort of advertisement. I mean, I looked at an advertisement myself, and I was writing one on a computer where I had a big heading, "We stuffed up," and then just went out and said to the people, look, we stuffed up. We made a stuff up of this whole submission process. So that's where I stand. I hope that we do reflect back on and have a very long conversation as to what went wrong.
Councillor Peterson.
I just want to, first of all, I want to say that I think everyone's had the best of intentions and really tried to do their best. And what I'm really going to say is a really personal observation, and I just don't think that maybe people around the table and maybe staff who are half my age or less realise how difficult it is for people who are not digital natives. For example, there is not a hard copy of those submissions that exists in the library or anywhere else. And there is a thing on this document here somewhere which says that about 40%, I think it was, I was quite amazed, of older people just don't have access to the internet. So they can't make your online submissions. We just don't realise just how much we're just tilting the whole playing field towards digital literacy. That you have to be able to have the devices and be able to use them properly. It's a big issue.
Okay, so thank you for that feedback. I'll just make a couple of comments really just in response to that. Just in regards to the amount of submissions that South Wairopa District Council got, theirs was quite contentious in the sense of they also went out with their spatial plan. So quite a few of those submissions were on the spatial plan. And I think we've regurgitated quite a few times the difficulty that we have had with the submission process, with the online tool. And I think we did quickly put into different options that people could email, telephone. And we also heard a lot, as Councillor Cavell has alluded to, we went to a lot of face-to-face meetings and heard that. So, and at the end of the day, the consultation, that process, putting aside the difficulty that some have had with the software, is that the staff have followed initially what we have expected them to do, read this consultation. So that's just some feedback, but yeah, so...
I want to say, as Gary has said, that those face-to-face episodes were just great.
Yeah.
We haven't done it to that extent ever before that I understand. And the question is probably whether that's the appropriate time in the process, the most appropriate time in the process to have.
Yeah.
But they're a great idea.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Nelson, I'll let you, have you got a comment?
Was there any discussion amongst staff about the tool that was used? Disagreement amongst staff about the tool that was used?
I don't know whether that's an appropriate question to be asking the council meeting, but I'll leave that with the Chief Executive feedback at the appropriate time.
Thank you. I'll be asking the question.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so we have the resolution there that we received. This is just receiving the report on the long-term planning deliberations overview on page 121. Is somebody happy to move that we receive this report? Moved by Councillor Ryan, seconded by Councillor Johnson. All those in favour that we receive the report, say aye. Aye. Against, carry. Moving on now to item number 8 on the agenda, page 135. Long-term plan deliberations for housing for seniors. So you have the report in front of you, and Liz and Melissa are here if there's any questions that anybody has to that report, or whether you wanted to speak to the report. Larissa, do you want to speak to the report?
We're happy to take any questions.
Okay then, okay. Councillor Nixon.
This might be best addressed to you, Your Worship, but as we have seen this morning, everything we do these days is changing week by week. This, I think, I just want some clarification. We've seen some major shifts in housing since we started the deliberation process. Can you outline where some of the new opportunities are in terms of the alternative proposal that's being recommended by staff?
I think I can respond to that. So the government has announced some quite big announcements re housing in the budget, but we've also been I've had some discussions with Kainora as well. So it is a moving feast, and there will be opportunities. We've had some quite informal discussions with iwi, but we know from the submissions that Rangatani to Mairaa Trust made that and Kahanunua are the same, that they want to work in partnership around it. So we're really keen to move in that space. So I don't know, Kath, whether there's any further discussions that you...
I'd actually like to invite Liz to comment on the infrastructure fund and the other funding piece of it.
Yeah, so there's the infrastructure fund's just been announced. That's a $3.8 billion fund from government to fund the infrastructure needed to get land built ready stage.
Would you know, sorry, speak up, it's room operator in terms of people hearing on.
So the criteria for that will be announced this month, the infrastructure fund. So we don't know for certain that the Panama land would be eligible, but the indications are that it's likely to be. So we feel that if an application was successful, that would put that land to be a much more attractive proposition to potential partners. And just adding to what Lynn said, as well as the kind of order conversations, and with iwi, we've also had some really productive conversations with a range of community housing providers and private developers. We've had visits from developers, so yeah.
Okay, Councillor Peterson.
I can see that the alternative recommendation sort of makes sense, but on page 145 it will say that housing for seniors is a priority, to use the word, that's the document that we have for the public. I just wonder, I don't think it's a question of either or, I think it's a question of both. That we should, because if it's urgent, I guess there's going to be quite a long time delay while we sort all these other options out. Whereas we could probably get started tomorrow if we do it ourselves. I notice also in the, I did manage to get on to Stella and see some solutions. That someone said that the standard of support that they get at Panama is great, and I think that we should be proud to be involved with and want to be involved with senior housing in these projects. On the news this morning, they're having the same conversation today at Wellington City Council, where a lot of councils don't even want to see a chip organised because they're proud to be supportive of senior housing.
Councillor Johnson.
I'm really happy with this recommendation, but I just still think it doesn't go far enough. And the other thing is that we talk about senior housing, whereas in context, when the land was gifted to the community, it was to accommodate older people or those in need. And there's a real demand in the younger demographics for people who can't afford rent or first homes. I mean, I'm not sure if everyone's aware, but KiwiSaver, you can borrow up to $400 here for an existing home, $500 for a new build, and the average house price here in Masterton now is over $630,000. So it's not only our senior demographics that are struggling with housing, it's the younger people. So I'd like to see it broadened from senior housing. The other thing I think where council can also have an impact is changing some of the rules we have. I think there's a demand for smaller lot sizes so that we can have more intensive housing built. We should support multiple properties on special rural zones. We know of families who have got a house on a special rural zone and want to accommodate their extended family. I don't believe we should be standing in the way of that with rules and regulations. And also there's an opportunity with more intensive housing closer to the CBD, which would help our business area. And also, I believe the council should support Papakainga and have discussions with iwi and how we can better partner them with housing.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Okay. Oh, sorry, Gary, did you have your hand up?
Yeah.
I'll
do that.
I'd
like to, and I'm pleased Councillor Johnson has brought up the fact that perhaps expanding it if we can. I mean, I don't know what the rules are around providing housing other than for seniors, but right through the consultation process, and particularly at the face-to-face meetings we had, the thing that came out was, yes, this is fine, senior housing is fine, you've got to look after your older people, great. But the real concern of the community was for young people who could not get into their own homes, could not afford their own homes, could not afford even the high rents around the place, and how many homeless there were. And we heard that, well, I heard that message constantly. And it just seems to me a bit like Councillor Johnson is saying, is that if we can possibly look to easing the burden on those people, as well as looking at the seniors, then we would be making real progress. So I think we have a real problem here in Masterton in the home ownership situation. I think it's just the fact that there are so many young people out there, a lot of them, as was pointed out to us at meetings, of both of them working and yet still unable to get into the housing market. And it would be, I would just think it would be great if we could expand this to helping those people out.
Okay. Councillor Malman?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I certainly support the alternative option that the staff recommended, and I'd also want to give consideration to reducing the age of eligibility to increase that age range within the facility. If we did that, then we maybe increase the number of opportunities for houses to come onto the market, to make it more affordable for those people that are having difficulty.
Okay. Councillor Ryan and then Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Rich. I support what Chris says, actually, both the original option that we built for 25 and the recommended option that we have a co-partner in this, and I certainly want us to have a chip involved for the benefit of getting to both the tenant and ourselves, the income related rent. But I also support what Fraser says, because we did hear from people who were in shared accommodation now, so a parent and a child, an adult child obviously, who was there for the purpose of supporting that older person to remain in the community. And we heard from staff that the age of the support person was made them ineligible to be housed. So I'd like to see that we start to reflect that families are different and live differently now, and we need to allow that that blended families, those people who are living in support of their older parent to remain in the community, to be eligible to be in these homes.
Councillor Peterson and then Ryan.
I'd certainly support all the things that have been said, but just remember that a lot of those will be district plan decisions, not it can't really be actioned here. But just picking up on Gary's point, I mean, these 25 houses, they aren't the answer to the housing problem. They're just a drop in the bucket, and we just need to be doing that and looking how we can do more as well. And providing some housing for seniors will alleviate the problem for some of the other needs as well, by making more houses available.
Increasing this problem.
Yeah.
Okay, Ryan.
I resisted the temptation, Your Worship, to put a conflict of interest. I thought as a member of the Grey Army that I might be conflicted in this situation, but I'm just thinking about the carer in terms of the retirement home. The option is one thing to think about, but I'm also thinking that in Papakāinga there's the multiple generations that can live in there, and I guess one of the things that I'd alongside this recommend that just as we had to adjust earlier in terms of funding growth because of the lack of funding, well, if there's opportunity for more funding in terms of housing, that we should be agile to that. And so I totally agree with what's been said, and suggest that there's some opportunity for us to go forward on some other housing.
Thank you. Just a few comments. Liz had organised and the team had organised the meeting that we held here and that was bringing presentations by MH, Kaingaora, and I think there were 3 or 4 chips, community housing providers, and people that were invited to that were people that were interested in Papakāinga, property developers, construction industry, and it was a really good start to this. We know we have a housing crisis right through New Zealand. Masterton's not exempt from that. So housing, and to me, is quite a passion for me, because I think it's a very basic human right that we have adequate shelter. However, we can't solve the whole housing crisis as a council. That's central government's responsibility. What we can do is what we've always done since the 60s and 70s, and that is provide our pensioner housing or senior housing. So this project was to say, how can we play our part in increasing the supply for housing? And of course, since then, there has been the $3.something billion fund for infrastructure, which we still don't yet know the detail of. Is that right, Liz?
No, government have said June, but so does June, but...
Yeah, okay. That's right. So there is a lot of, and I just think, I support this recommendation, because I think we have to keep our ears open and take every opportunity that we can. And I know that staff, and I myself as well, are working very closely in this space to look for opportunities. Chris is quite right, the district plan changes are where we're doing that, and my understanding is, and I don't know whether Councillor Nixon or Councillor Mailman, if I could correct me if I'm wrong, that is one of the key areas that you're looking at for changes to the district plan.
Well, I guess that we're sort of in a bit of a hold mode at the moment, because there's so many changes coming at us that we have to refine what we think we can actually achieve and do that makes a difference. But housing is definitely one of those ones. I think that should definitely get the nod. But we're also being attacked by change. So this is not an easy game right at the moment.
No, it's not. And our district plan changes don't happen overnight, unfortunately. I wish they could, particularly in this. And I think there has been some changes for Maori-owned land to make it easier to be able to have more than one house. And I think those changes have gone through, is my understanding. So that hopefully will ease the pressure. We have to increase the supply. So in regards to the recommendation here, so the Panama Village land was gifted for the aged, the needy, or those living in poverty. So it is around public housing, but if we increase that supply for public housing, and it may be a mixed housing model, which would be actually most probably more beneficial for communities living together, given there's already 44 units there. So I think that's where our responsibility lies, because it's what we have. I take Chris's point about Wellington City. The metros, Wellington, Christchurch, now they formed a chip, and the big places, the big metros tended to take all aspects of social housing, public housing, whereas rural and provincial councils have traditionally only done the pensioner housing, and the other would be a big scope. What has come out, and I picked up a couple of points that I think Fraser raised, I think if this recommendation is to go forward, that we also put in here that we review the criteria for our housing policy, or we ask the staff to undertake a review of our housing policy over the next 12 months. Yeah. So I think if we can add that into the recommendation as well, if you're happy to do that.
Happy to do that.
Yeah.
Can I just ask a question?
Yeah.
With the housing register, it'd be really helpful if that was broken down into demographics, as in ages.
Who's our council's waiting list?
But there's also a housing register.
Yeah, but I don't know whether MSD would do that.
I know, but I mean,
we can follow up.
We're focusing on the older age group, but we don't actually know what the demand is with the other demographics.
Yeah, we can get that information.
Yeah.
So, is there any other questions or debate on this, or does somebody want to move the recommendations? I'll give you one more shot of it, Chris.
Yeah, all right. Well,
we normally only have one go at...
Yeah, okay. I actually just want to move that we stick to the preferred option. and, you know, we've got plenty of other land there, we can go and explore all these other things with that other land.
Okay, is there a
Sorry, so are you saying the original option?
Yeah, we'll just to get in and do our bit, and so that the community recognises the housing crisis, that we're prepared to put our money where our mouth is, and to do something about it. And it's not a huge cost on ratepayers, $11 a year.
Okay, so you're putting forward that as a motion that you
Stick to the
we adopt.
and we can look at that, you know, for the rest of the land, at all these other schemes. Yeah, we should be embracing them and getting into them.
So I just,
Can we not go with their recommendation and see if it lives or dies?
well, nobody moved it.
He's
Encouraged people to move it.
Yeah,
He's going to move it. Yeah, and so, and he's allowed to do that, because we can put that motion, and if it's seconded, and if it fails, then we go to the other, so. Okay, so Chris, you need to tell us what the,
Well, the preferred option is...
So we adopt the preferred option for the more housing for seniors proposal in the LTP.
Which is there on page 136.
So we adopt the preferred option for the more housing for seniors proposal in the long-term plan consultation document, full stop. Yeah.
And we pursue options as canvassed in the alternatives for some of the rest of the land. For the rest of the land.
What rest of the land? In Panama.
Or what if we own even?
Okay, so just move that wording from the... Okay, let's just look at the wording. So I believe that the motion that's been suggested is that council funds and builds for 25 units, the 15 times 1 bedroom and the 10 times 2 bedroom units on the vacant land of Panama for a budget of $7.5 million loan funded, and that these are built by 2023. Okay. Do you want to put that up there, or is that? It's waiting to see the that's the preferred option.
There's a lot of...
In other words, it's the actual it's the amounts and the actual resolution that you would need on your books to get to audit and to put the budget in. If we refer to it as the preferred option and describe it. Okay, so we're going to go to page 146, Harriet, and we're going to okay, so that adopts the preferred option. The preferred option for the more housing for seniors proposed in the long-term plan consultation with at a cost of 25 units. Can we put that? Third option to build 25 more
I think they just take it as an assumption, saying that it will involve...
as described in the third option. Is that all right? Yeah.
So I think we do a percent.
Unfortunately, we need to follow process, and that's the words become important because this instructs the staff to do otherwise, we may do all this and it may not go through, so we adopt the food bills when we've got houses at a cost and as detailed under the food option on page 147.
I hope councillors understand that this has taken so long to put together that they need to vote for it.
Okay. So there it is there, you've moved it, Councillor Ryan has seconded, so is that what your amendment is? Well, that's what your motion is, adopts the preferred option for the more housing percentage proposal to as detailed in the preferred option on page 146, I think it was there.
146.
Yeah. That's it? Okay, so that motion has been moved and seconded, so I'll ask that everybody raise their right hand. So those that support the motion, please raise your right hand. Against? The motion is lost. Okay. So does somebody want to move? Councillor Nixon? Councillor Johnson?
I'll second it.
I'd like to move the motion as recommended in the report. Points 1, that we adopt the alternative option for more housing percentage proposal, which has council offering land and somebody else builds more public housing. That we progress the work to make the vacant land of Panama Village, and 3, that we work with government and community housing providers and iwi, etc. to ascertain the most appropriate arrangement for public housing at Panama.
Do we need to put it in about reviewing the housing policy, or is that work underway?
Well, I think it says to ascertain the most appropriate arrangement. It says there'll be work on it.
Okay, can I do a clarification? So our policy applies to our pensioner seniors housing. Happy to review that, it's part of what we are doing anyway. And going into a partnership arrangement around a model yet to be developed that meets these things, there will be other things that will come into play in terms of how things are allocated, who has what, and how things come off people, maybe come off housing register or what have you. So I think we can definitely commit to revising our own policy for the things that we have now, and I don't think we need a resolution to achieve that. I guess we're doing it.
No, thanks for that. It's been moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Hines. So I'll put the motion as it is there on page 135. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Okay, thank you. Okay, so now we move on to page 148 to 206, and that's the civic facility. I don't know if it's... okay, thank you. So that will be Sophia and Kath on this one. So I think this rightly has been alluded to. There's been a lot of discussion, a lot of email traffic, a lot of media interest in this. So the report is there. I'm going to move the recommendations as they are contained in the report. Is there a second? Seconded Councillor Nixon. Councillor McIwat. Sorry. Okay. Thank you, Tina. Moved by Mayor, seconded by Councillor McIwat. The motion is there. It's now up for discussion. As mover of the motion, I'll speak to that first, that I want to proceed that I move that we proceed with the preferred option of building a civic facility with external funding of at least $4 million. After nearly 5 years and 4 consultation processes, now it's time for us as elected representatives to step up, to do our job, to show leadership and good governance, and make a decision today for our current and most importantly our future generations. Our purpose under the Local Government Act is not just to hear from those in the community today, but we need to be voices of those that are yet to come, our mokopuna and maybe their tamariki well into the future, our future generations. That is our responsibility under statute. We agreed in December, 9 votes to 2, to build a civic facility. Now is the time to get on with it. Our community now wants action. Let us create something that our community will be excited about, something that embraces our Maori culture, tells our stories, and also celebrates our diversity as a multicultural community. Central government is taking the responsibility for the 3 waters away from local government, replacing us with 3 or 4 regional water authorities. And they have announced the review of local government roles and responsibilities. How we may feel about that is, I suppose, how we feel about it, how we may react to that, will not make a difference with what the government is planning to do and have put money in their budget to do. They have already told us that the future of local government is about wellbeing. That is their focus. The civic facility will deliver that. It will become the focal point for our town and our district, a place for our people and our taonga. So I just want to just say those words as mover of that motion and let us reflect. Now is the time, let's just get on and let's do this. Okay, so open up for discussion. Graham, do you want to speak now as the seconder, or you can reserve your right to speak later?
I'll reserve it.
Okay. Councillor Peterson.
Can I just first of all acknowledge that whatever our perspective on this, not to say that all councillors around here genuinely have the best of intentions and are genuinely considering the welfare and the future of this town and the well-being of ourselves and our posterity. That being said, my position on this is for our mokopuna and for resilience. And I have to say that in 2017, in the first iterations, I probably was quite supportive of the civic centre. But I think the thing that we haven't understood is that the world has changed. There was, again, on Stella, and a submission from one of the people in the community, was that all considerations and all surveys and all polls and thoughts before COVID are irrelevant now. And it's not just COVID. There was at the Climate Change and Business Conference last year, they had Christiana Figueres who drove the Paris Accord or the Paris Conference, who said that humanity's like people building sandcastles on the beach, and they've got the back to the waves, and there are 4 waves, each of them bigger than the preceding one. The first one is COVID, and we're not over that. The second one is the economy, and there are all, our economy might be booming now, but the global economy, there are still big questions about it. The third one is the biodiversity crisis, and the fourth one, of course, is climate change. If you looked at or read the Dominion editorial yesterday, they will say that we've just had these huge floods, the biggest on record in Ashburton, and just sort of ironically, they occurred on the very same day that the Climate Commission have released their view of our submissions on the climate change to the government. And that editorial said that we have to see climate change as in code red too. And what that means for me, the civic centre and the town revamp are just distractions. They're not the real issue. The real issue for us all is climate change and COVID and the economy underneath that. And and I think that Shana, our comms officer, in her submission, I think she summed it up. The determinants of their well-being into the future won't be in buildings and in concrete. The determinants will be in the social dimensions. They will be in, maybe providing free access to the pools, looking at a living wage, looking at not just the housing that we've just approved now, but doing more of it, about building an inclusive, strong and resilient community. There'll probably be more.
No, there won't be, because I'm going to follow standing orders. You get one hit at this and you can have 5 minutes.
Sorry, I should just get more.
Well, you most probably got another minute, Chris, so in fairness, I was supposed to say that at the start, so in fairness, I'll give you another minute.
Well, and I think to be doing it, because the future of local government is all in question, and that we might be left sort of powerless or diminished in the future. So we need to get on and do it now. I don't think that's a very good reason at all. And I don't think the answer that we've got consultation fatigue out there is a very good answer at all. We just have to wear it on the chin and say, look, we think the world's different now and we want to do things differently, and also the absolute confusion out there about what we're trying to do anyway. I'm confused. Everybody's confused.
Okay.
Just a question about standing orders.
Yeah.
Is there standing orders about eye rolling and sighing under your breath or making comments under your breath when another member is speaking?
Well, if that can be heard by others.
Okay, well, I've
Yeah.
heard it.
Okay, so I just ask everybody to respect the views of everybody else around the table. We may not all agree, and we may have different views, and they may be strong views. But one of our values, on the inside page of the agenda, just picking up the point that Councillor Nelson has made, is our values. So I remind everybody to respect the values that we adhere to when we speak around this table. Okay, so moving on, I just think let's just go around the table, because I think everybody's got the opportunity to say how they feel. So Bex, I'm going to start over here. No, I'm a lefty, so I always go to my left.
Well, you can do.
Are you going to send it back the other way?
I don't support either option in the long-term plan. I don't support building a $30 million facility. I don't believe our community can afford it. When the first round of consultation happened, the community said they wanted a venue, a place where they could hold events and come together. The budget at the time was $15 million, and rightly or wrongly, the perception that the current location was going to be used, whether a rebuild, a new build, or old and new. Since then, and I support Chris on this, the world's been turned upside down with COVID and climate change. And we've also had, as Lynn mentioned, a number of consultations. And the project has morphed into a $30 million civic facility, including the library, the archives, council front services, and a new location. $30 million, to me, is unaffordable for our community. I couldn't sleep at night thinking that I'd committed this community to $30 million worth of intergenerational debt. The campaign says step up for our mokopuna.
Well, I think we need to learn a lesson from the younger generation. The younger generation thinks about climate change, it thinks about recycling, repurposing, rebuilding, renewing and renovating. We shouldn't teach them how to be extravagant, we shouldn't saddle them with excessive debt, we should encourage them to work to a budget, we should be creative with what we already have. So I would like to suggest that we look at a venue for our community, add a budget of 15 million, which is where we started, and we look at using our current assets. That's me.
Thank you, Bex. Moving on, Councillor Gear.
Thanks, Your Worship.
Sorry, and before, the other thing I forgot to say is we are recording our deliberations. Unfortunately, it's not being live streamed. This is new camera equipment. I'm not saying this just because you're about to speak, Councillor Gear. I forgot to mention it earlier. It's new equipment. They need to test it, the quality of it, because as I've said, it is new equipment. So that's why it's not being live streamed, but it is being recorded. And if the quality is okay, it will be put on our site and on our website. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, back to you, Councillor Gear.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I'm just glad that this one's not focused on my bald spot.
Might be David, so.
No stop.
Thank you, Tim.
To never know.
Well, there you go. Consider yourself informed. Look, there's been a lot of consultation, there's been a lot of discussion, and there has been a lot of planning. There's also been a lot of cost increase, etc., over the last little while this plan has been put together. Funnily enough, I am the younger generation, and it is me and my kids that will be paying for this over the course of the next 30-odd years. In the discussions I've had with previous members of the Youth Council, with people that are my age and 10 to 15 years younger, they want a facility, and the consistent theme through that has been just get it done. These are the people that have not, or will probably ever in the next 10 or 20 years, fill out any form of submission. They are the people that you talk to, you walk down the street, that hit you up about it, and they usually start with an expletive followed by the word council, and then the following conversation happens. I've looked at the numbers, I've asked them what they want in the facility, how that works, explained to them what their rates actually pay for, because many of them don't know, and what the cost impact will be for them over the next wee while, and bring it up on my phone. And you've only got to take a look at the average age of the civilians from what we've got on this and previous long-term plans or annual plans, to show you the engagement with those 40 and younger is at best poor. And it's not because we don't try and target them, it's because, to get their opinion, it's because they don't. It's not on their priority list. When you're talking $30 million, then the eyebrows raise, then the ears prick up, and they start to go, hang on, what is this costing me? When I went through everything that was in the document with them and had more discussions about what we could have or what we couldn't have, explained alternative options and everything else, they settled on this was the best thing for me and my kids. I'm 42 years old. I'm going to be retired by the time this thing has seen its life out, and my kids will be my age, if not a bit older, potentially with their own children. I support the recommendation. I've run the numbers on this, and I am fully supportive of this is something that we are building for our future generations. It's $111 a year is the rating impact. Given we have this discussion in another 2, 3, 5 years, the cost implications are going to be ridiculous, and these numbers are audit approved. And I think we forget that. They're not just numbers that are thrown around, they are audit approved. So, Your Worship, I support the motion wholeheartedly.
Okay. Thank you, Brent. Now moving on to Councillor Nelson.
Thank you. I haven't prepared a speech, but I'll talk from my notes. I don't support the motion at all. I've never supported the move from the northern part of town. I've always supported the site staying where it is. I think that the cost of $30 million is excessive. With the 30% contingency, that just tells me it's going to end up being $40 million. I would like to see the building stay where it is. I think $15 million is a sufficient and adequate budget, and I've been very interested in the feedback that's been appearing in the newspaper recently, and I would support that proposal if that was to go ahead. I would also like to see the library stay on the site that it is on at the moment and extend it north of there to where the relocatables are. I did see the costing of that being $16 million, but having spoken to not just one but two developers yesterday, both strongly believe it could be done in the cost of around $6 million. I think that $16 million is very misleading. And I do not support the motion at all. I think it's going to be a big burden for people for a long time to come. I've always been frustrated by the idea of any consultation process happening in which people didn't even know where the facility was going to be built in the first place. And everyone who's had a guess with me has pretty much got it wrong. So they don't know where it is. So how can you possibly consult on that? It's like consulting on thin air. So my recommendation would be, or my wish is to have the event centre where it is, in line with the model that's been recently promoted for the Times Age, and for the library to be a priority even before that, to be extended north into the Prevay, the site of the Prevabs. I think the library is a fantastic facility. People use it every single day, and that's what I would like to see happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Moving on now to Councillor Nixon.
Your Worship, I think one of the things I found most frustrating in this whole exercise is the figure of 30 million, because it's a gross figure and it's not what we're going to be up for to any stretch of the imagination, and it includes the cost of the library. So if we build, and I am absolutely 100% after swithering in this last couple of weeks over both options, the Pullman option, want of a better term, and the Civic Centre. And I actually, at one stage, was looking at the Pullman option simply because it was cheaper, but it's not, actually. When you start to peel the layers off the onions, or the onion, and maybe the glass house, it's actually not going to be any cheaper than the Civic Centre. We are not telling we are not letting ratepayers, we're not putting them into debt for $30 million. That's not the truth. So the truth is that if we put the Civic Centre somewhere in the northern region, which we've indicated, that will include the library. So we have the library then up for sale. It will mean that we can make some decisions around the town hall, and we can put that up for sale. So that income can be extrapolated across into the Civic Centre. So it takes the 30 million down very quickly. The other thing is I think one of the successes of this proposal will be dependent on having a very, very strong governance group, and I'm certainly going to put my hand up for that. And the reason for that is that the 30% contingency was probably quite brave in some respects, because we've seen so many cost blowouts in the future. But I think with good governance, we will actually bring some of the costs down. I cannot see how we can absolutely say that the Civic Centre with the town hall with a glass house out the side of it is representative of our community. I'm sorry, it just doesn't speak of anything except growing tomatoes or dough. The Civic Centre we will have a chance to represent all of our stories of all of our history. And it is really clear, we've seen it this morning with Roding, we've seen it with Three Waters, we've seen it with the local government review, that we will not be a council in 3 or 4 years' time. So we have one chance to make a decision that defines our history. And so from that perspective, I will be voting for the Civic Centre option, because it provides us that lifetime chance to make a statement of our combined and wonderful histories, and a big white building with a glass house is not that statement for me. We will also attract extra funding. There is new funding coming on stream, and something that is vibrant and visionary for our community is much more likely to attract that funding. I also remind all councillors that both iwi were in support of the Civic Centre. So yes, it's a yes for me for the Civic Centre.
Thank you, Tina. Moving on now to Councillor Malman.
Thank you, Your Worship. In December, this council agreed that the preferred option for the civic facility was at the north end of the town. The vote was 9-2, as Lynn indicated. The same council, this council, agreed to include in that facility a performing arts area, the library and archives, and an information hub. We did so fully aware of the initial proposal that Dave Borman had put forward. Both the municipal building and the library have structural deficiencies. The floor space in the library is only 60% of the recommended standard for public libraries. When you add the cost of the town hall on the current site, circa of $15 million, and redevelop the library on its current site is a circa of $15 million, I believe that comes to $30 million. There is little difference to a new build. So my preference is for, in relation to the Civic Centre, is to build new. Sometimes in people's or councils' lives, it's calls for a sentiment versus vision. And I believe that at this time it's for vision for our future. And not many people would call me visionary, or probably not people can call me sentimentalist, but that is my preference.
Thank you, Councillor. Moving on, did you want to speak now or reserve to speak? You can speak now if you choose.
Speak now. I fully support it. I've actually been the chair of the working group all the way through, and I was going to acknowledge and appreciate John Barzil and Simon O'Donoghue, who were in the initial working group with me. We put an awful lot of work in, and I'd spent a lot of time with Zygo and Boffa looking at this in depth. My natural personality is positive and go forward. I respect Chris's view on the world, but humanity's faced pandemics and faced natural climate change in the past, and life goes on. Who knows what form it's going to be? So everything I approach is positive and go forward. I look at what we've done in the last 10 years that I've been on council. This town's gone from a town that hadn't grown in 3 decades. It was struggling. I grew up in the 60s, 70s. I went away for all of the 80s, and I've been back since 1991. The change in the last 10 years has been phenomenal. The amount of money that other people are spending here, not just money, but moving here, effort they're putting in to make this a great community. Lynn getting the train up and running better commuter service down into Wellington. I can only see really positive things happening for Masterton. Also, just being a very practical person, I mean, this is insanity because we've got 4 buildings, 2 unsuitable and 2 rented. We're spending $170,000 a year for front of staff over the old ANZ building. The library's too small. This building over here is a liability. It's costing us money to hold it. We're having to rent for the archives. This is an opportunity to get everything under one roof once and for all. I'd really like to challenge this flat floor concept that's going around. I actually wonder how many people actually really read the Woolworth report, the demand analysis and the report on this. You're not going to get events and conferences into Masterton in Chapel Street. It's already catered for. The accommodation and the catering is down at Copthorne, and that what will come to Masterton will be small. And I went to Harlequin last week to Drowning Girls, and it's exactly as Zygo said to us. It's changed, and that the way things are staged, the way productions, the sort of people that come here, and that what we're building is actually correct for what the market looks. So I'm 100%. And I guess having a bit of a Chris's view too, I would argue that this is more needed now than ever. Because if it does go Chris's way, and people are going to have to live more locally and travel less and basically trapped in the valley, like people did for thousands of years in their village, you're going to need community hubs and centres. And the other thing too is we're constantly hearing how the library's now basically a social service, because exactly as Chris pointed out, the trouble with technology is not everyone can handle it, not everyone's got computers. So the library, the archive, it's all essential. And probably my last point is, backing up on what Tina said, with amalgamation, or Councillor, that's it. What we're entering now, if we don't do this now, I don't think we'll ever do it. There's an opportunity now to get started on this, it will be irreversible. If we wait for amalgamation, whatever's coming around the corner of this. My last point, I guess, is this building was controversial, the rec centre was controversial, Aratua was controversial, this will be, but I'm just brave enough to push forward and look at this as a really positive project for Masterton.
Okay, thank you. Graham, moving on, Ryan, did you need
Kia ora, our document in terms of the long-term plans about stepping up for Murukapuna. And one of the things about our stepping up for Murukapuna is asking our Murukapuna, our younger generation, what they want. And they were talking about placing in terms of the river and taking us to their head. In terms of the essence of being home. And a civic centre is a place to celebrate. It's a place to organise home. It's a place that we can make a statement about who we are. And I plan on obviously, well, sorry, not obviously, but coming from a Māori perspective about that. And in terms of coming from a wider community perspective as well, it's a little bit about, no, it's actually a lot about saying who we are. And that's what I see in a town hall. And that's what I see in terms of that coming together and stepping up for our mokos. I remember at one occasion when I was young, and it was too many years ago now, but coming down the hill, we used to live in Hamilton, coming down the hill in the Humber, and seeing Masterton open up in front of us. And for a kid, it was just like, because we'd come in summer, it would be just a child's delight seeing all the playgrounds, seeing the pool. And our town hall, in terms of being in the middle of it and being at the north end, is an important part of saying this is how we can, this is what we can do. And then, so I'm wanting that we make the decision today, and I commend that we go with what's been written.
Kia ora, thank you, Ryan. Tito?
Kia ora koutou katoa. I know there's been a lot of time and investment, and also work from staff that's been actually put into this, and I just want to acknowledge that as well. This has not been an easy job to provide all this information to all of us to ensure that we're making an informed decision. So that's something that needs to be actually said right here, right now. I do want to say that there will be a growing Māori population within this community, and it's growing. We are having babies, and we will continue to have more and more babies, which means they need somewhere to go other than, and actually we are our Māori spaces, where are our stories? Our stories along our awa, Waikawa, are really important to us as well. We have, as mana whenua, tagata whenua, we have links to the whenua. We want to be able to share those stories with other people who visit us. We want to be a site to visit, a place to come visit. It's our places and our stories that will actually ensure people want to come back again. I see the Civic Centre as being a destination for people to be. and the community's waited long enough.
Excuse me, Tito, can I get Councillor Cathal, please?
I was just turning it on.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Tito.
Okay, so I get an extra minute. So, you know, our community's waited long enough, and actually, to be fair, a brave decision needs to be made. You know, it is about my mokopuna, who will, in fact, probably be ratepayers in the future, and will want to know that this facility is fit for purpose for their children. You know, the LTP said stepping up for our mokopuna will actually, right today, is making a brave decision to do so. I also think, you know, our community deserves a modern, fit for purpose building that's going to grow and be flexible with the times. And, you know, I also want to just give the councillors here, if it doesn't go ahead, the community is going to see an indecisive council. Plain. You know, it's going to see an indecisive council that can't make a decision, that's actually made this community wait for 5 years. And that's not fair on my community. It's certainly not fair on my mokopuna. So that's why we at Rangitane, o Wairarapa Rangitane Tū Mai Rā, have actually pushed for this to happen, because we can see our stories being shared as Rangitane at Mātua Park, alongside a civic centre that also includes our stories too, along our awa. So really, it's about be brave, make a decision that actually is going to be based on the future and the present, and because our population is growing, and we need a fit for purpose building. There are ways, as Tina's already just said, about how we can manage that debt. And actually, I can see my mokopuna probably managing further debt down the agenda. And so, you know, this right now is about the future. So please make a decision. We're in support of it.
Thank you, Tino. Councillor Holmes.
Right, my decision today is completely of my own making, and I'm here as an elected member representing the ratepayers. I've been phoned, emailed, stopped in the streets, spoken by many concerned ratepayers, thoroughly looked through the deliberations and looked at the statistics, and my feeling is that the wider ratepayer community do not want to spend the money on this proposed project. It is definitely a wish and not a need. I have stated many times that I have been opposed to the process of going to the LTP with the project that we cannot explain where the proposed site is. To me, this was unacceptable, and there are too many questions of land swaps, acquisition to mention a major change. We actually already own the site where the existing town hall is. And I'm very disappointed to read that Warren Marnie did the architectural drawings when we've got very productive and recognised architects here in Masterton. And I'd like to think that any work done on any project in Masterton in the future needs to be offered to wider businesses. Initially, I was interested in moving to the new site and have spent hours weighing up the options. 500 seating capacity is not enough, and Tony Mills told us that in his submission. Moving north is actually taking the centre away from the centre of town. Taking the centre towards the Waipura is achieving nothing, and as you have a state highway to cross over and look at, trucks, cars, certainly is not refreshing to me, and it will only get worse. The ratepayers who actually will fund this project are telling me that they are not prepared to sit back and accept spending close to 30 million on this project. Utilise the asset we already have with the existing town hall is, with the Times Age building on the southern side, Public Trust building on the east, and the town hall at a much more attractive square when it is finally finished, and there is an option for more parking. I will not support the preferred option or the alternative.
Okay, well, thank you, Dave. Moving on now to Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Bishop. I haven't written a speech. I've always been totally for the proposal from day one. I totally embrace Deputy Mayor Brandon Fine's position. we're collective modernity. Humankind has always come together to socialise, and this is our place to do that, and let it reflect us. We will make savings when we merge services into one multi-purpose space, more accessible for everyone. We can sell off the library in the land and buildings. We can sell the town hall site. We won't be paying what I thought was $190,000, more than $170,000 in rent for Queen Street. It will never be cheaper than it is today. We hear every time someone opens their mouth around our offices that costs are escalating. The Deputy Mayor's told us in his own business he's facing astronomical costs all the time. Families are moving here, recognising it's just a great place to live. I returned here, one of my children has followed me. Let's enhance their experience by building something that is a place to come together. I absolutely support the proposal.
Thank you, Sandy. Councillor Capone.
The most amazing thing about this conversation, I have got this in my note, but the amazing thing about this conversation is that we've gone out for submissions and nobody, other than David touched on it, nobody around this table seems to have talked about the response from the submitters or the response from the people on the street or the response on social media, which has been astronomically against the proposals. It seems to me that we are taking a totally irresponsible, almost a directive duty as councillors to not take note of this very strong growing voice that's growing all the time, that the preferred option and the alternative option are not what the community want. There's a few of us, it's almost as if a group of people around here have personal agendas. We went out, and I read this in the Mayor's messages and I read this everywhere, we went out to the public and said we want to hear what you say and we will listen to you. Well, I don't think we've listened to the public at all from the comments around the table. We've taken no cognizance of what they're saying. What has been said through the submission process, and I don't only mean through the submissions themselves, but through on social media, letters to the editor, people stopping you in the street, what is coming out very clearly is that the majority of people in the Masterton district, and certainly the majority of the spoken to me, are not in favour of these proposals. And yet as a council, it looks like we are going to pass them narrowly, but we're going to pass it. And it's just so disappointing that we've gone through this submission process and we just haven't listened. There's no question in my mind that we haven't listened, and that is disappointing. However, I personally also want to get into a couple of points regarding the report, which to me were quite strange. We've got a report saying that in the report here, the current site of the town hall and the municipal buildings is not suitable for purpose, that it's not no good, that it wouldn't work. Well, we looked at, if you remember back when this whole thing first came up, it was a discussion between demolition or retaining the facade. And retaining the facade just won. But those of you who supported the demolition, I heard none of you say, and I look back on minutes and reports and minutes and papers, there is no one who has said then that the site was unsuitable for a civic centre. So it follows that if the demolition had won, we'd been building that civic centre where the current site is. It's just followed. We wouldn't. It's interesting too that the last time we had a survey on the town hall where it should go, 60% of the people voted that the facade should remain and it be built alongside the earthquake strengthened municipal buildings. We now come forward to these submissions and 56% of the people are saying they don't want either of the preferred options, and a lot of them mention in the submissions, Your Worship, that the facade was still their favourite option. And that wasn't even meant to be part of the discussion, and yet they were still saying that. And I would put it to you that if the building, the Civic Centre alongside the facade had been part of the survey, it would have won by a country mile. I also take exception or oppose Councillor Gear's comments regarding the young people. I spoke to at least 2 meetings where the majority of people, and we're talking 40 or 50 people, were between 20 and 30 years old. And the message that came from them, almost unanimously, was don't worry about building a civic centre. Look at the housing, look at all these other things. All you're doing if you're building a civic centre is actually imposing a cost onto our families in the future. So they don't even want a civic centre. And those are the ones that I spoke to, so obviously we're speaking to different people. So what I would have liked to have seen, and the other thing that I need to mention is the library and the archives.
Close to time.
I did time the others, you wish them more, got a bit of time. At no stage do I recall council ever spending any great length of time on discussing where the library and the archives should go. I can't remember even a workshop being dedicated to such an important thing. I'm not in favour of the library and the archives being part of the civic centre. I think they should remain a separate entity, and I believe that most of the people of Masterton believe that as well. So to get to what I was looking to propose, and what I would have liked to have seen, but I can see that it's not going to get through, is that I would have liked to see council utilise council's current assets for the building of a new civic facility, meaning it be built on land that we already have. I would like to have seen the cost of the new civic facility not exceed $20 million. And I would have liked to have seen a steering committee consisting of council representatives and members of the community being established to liaise with council staff on timeframes, siting and design of the new civic facility, and that they would report back to council by the end of, say, July, August, on where we should go forward. That's what I think. That the thing that really brasses me off about this is that it does appear to me from the conversation around this table, why did we even bother to go out for solutions?
Okay, thank you everybody for your contributions. No, because it's supposed to. Thank you everybody for your contribution. It has been a long time, and I just want to sum up with some of what has been said, and I'll pick up the point that Councillor Mailman said that it's about vision, and for me personally that has always been about vision for the future. I'm not going to be here to cut a ribbon on the civic facility or to have my name on the plaque. I'll be long gone by the time this is built. But I have pushed for this because I believe this is what we need for our district, and even more so given that this government seems intent on centralising a lot of the functions, and we will be left with the wellbeing. So I think the other thing too is I think brave enough has been used. The submission, and to me it is about being brave and being courageous in the face of opposition to it. That's what our role is. That's what governance is about. It's about leadership. And none of us have particular agendas, I hope. My agenda has always been for what I see, rightly or wrongly, but what I believe is the best for our district moving forward. Not just for those that have lived here for a while, but also about future generations as well. So I just want to pick up the point about the submissions. Submissions are important. We listen to them, we read them. But that's what they are. And we've all had different views expressed to us. They are a guide for us. So when I look at the numbers, I think it was 54% tipped neither option, but 73, sorry I'm going by numbers now, 103 didn't support and 73 did support. I mean, this is reflective of all the consultation that we've had today. At the end of the day, let's view it as a 50-50 split. So at the end of the day, the decision needs to be ours. We need to own it and have the courage to step forward with it. I just want to pick up the point somebody mentioned about audit. The figures, we're a bit unlike other businesses. We have to, our long-term plan is subject to audit. scrutiny, it goes through an audit. The information, the financial information and the assumptions that are in that long-term plan are scrutinised by the Office of the Auditor General. Unlike other businesses who can come out and say and put price tags on what they think, is not subject to the same scrutiny as ours. So on that note, I want to thank staff who have worked tirelessly on all the iterations that there have been over the last number of years, and the staff that have also crunched the numbers for us as well, and then had to sit and explain and through the audit process speak to those numbers. So thank you very much for all the work that you have done. The issue about the preferred site is one that has been contentious through this process. We would love to have been able to say where our preferred site is. We are unable to do that at this time, and that's the reality of it. In a few months' time, it will be known if it goes through, and in a year's time, we would have forgotten that we had to wait to go through all the process that we needed to negotiate for the preferred site. That's the reason. How foolhardy would it have been as elected members if we went out and had a decision about the existing town hall without securing a preferred site? Because if the preferred site doesn't come through, we still have an existing site. It would have been foolhardy and irresponsible for us as councillors to have gone, and that's the message I gave to the people that said to me, why don't you tell us where the preferred site is? Because it's at this stage still under negotiation. So really, I think someone said it's never cheaper than what it is today. That's exactly right. So I'm now, on that note, I've moved and it's been seconded by Councillor McClymont. I'm now going to put out the motion forward as the recommendations as contained on page 148 of the report, and Harriet has put that up there as well. And I'll ask for a raise of the right hand. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your right hand. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Oh, Fraser, I couldn't see you.
Just blends with my face here.
Okay. Those against?
Thought you'd seen the light.
Okay, the motion has been carried. Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you for, and I think we will record those that have voted for and those against. For the division. Okay. So I thank everybody for, this is only the start. There'll be many more decisions that we have to make along the way. This is just the beginning of the journey, but hopefully we've stepped up and we're stepping forward in the right direction. So thank you. Moving on, I just wondered whether we want, I just wondered if we could take a 10-minute, on adjourn for 10 minutes, if we can reconvene.
Comment before the break, please. I took 2 days of leave without pay for these 2 days of deliberations, and we're halfway through the agenda and it's 11:25. And I think, I'm just looking at the definition of deliberation, and it's a discussion, and all I heard was a whole lot of pre-prepared speeches. There's no discussion, we're just speeches. No one was able to reinforce what Gary said, for example, or argue the point with Fraser. It was just a whole lot of presentations. It wasn't deliberation, in my view, according to the dictionary as well.
Okay, so I'll adjourn and reconvene at 20.
given that there is so much uncertainty now around retail and about CBDs and the future on all number of fronts, the AI front, the Amazon front, the purchasing online, and again, you know, I just don't see how we can justify spending $30 million when on an issue that's got so much uncertainty and probably won't end up attracting any more people here anyway. I mean, it's all we're going to do is just make our town look like every other town that's been through the same process. And to say that it's environmentally friendly is it just isn't true, because you know the carbon footprint of what you do there is you really need to plant the rest of the land and trees just to get back to carbon neutral. So we need to be looking, and there's been no carbon assessment or carbon budget done on this program. So it's what it is. It's just business as usual, target, and business as usual ain't going to cut it going into the future.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Just had a question. In the recommendation, it's broken down what Kotahi subsidy to 3.7 million. In the alternative option, which is a partial revamp, what would the Kotahi subsidy be for that? Because it's not broken down in the LTV, and I'd just like to know that figure.
It's the same number, because we would do the same subsidised work. The cut down version took out some of the strict entrance to Masterton spending, or moved it later.
Okay, so with either option, the subsidy is worth 3.7 million. So the other option here, which is the 14.6 million, you know, the council would have to fund that.
There's 10 years to remit, and what we're considering on the subsidy is only a 3-year block.
Yeah,
so
but we're unaware of what the future holds. But the other thing is too, what concerns me about the CBD revamp is the face of Queen Street. You know, as we've all intimated, the face of retail is changing. We've got earthquake buildings, which we're unsure what will happen to them, and we can't control that because they're not our buildings, but will landlords pay the money to upgrade them or strengthen them or do them up, or will we end up with big holes in the middle of Queen Street, which we're actually going to lengthen from today's decision instead of shorten, which is always a bit of a goal that we thought about doing, to actually make our Queen Street shorter. So we might have big holes along Queen Street, we might have no subsidy for the work, and you know, we're putting lipstick on a pig. And I agree that I don't think we can do 2 major projects with our community. I've already spoken about affordability, you know, living beyond our means, and the pressure of actual additional financial burden on our ratepayers, which we know flows down to our renters. And I just think, you know, we've chosen to go ahead with the civic facility. Let's get stuck in big, small, and do it well. And let's push the pause button on the CBD.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Holmes and then Councillor Cafarrell.
I agree with that, the 2 projects. I don't think we can do them both either. And I'd like to see something done in the centre part of town, because we have a major problem at the moment with trees and the cobblestones. Around Westpac, Copper Kettle, they're really getting bad, and we can't leave that 5 years. That has to be done in 5 days to really do properly. Otherwise, someone's going to break over and have a major accident on Copper. So I'm suggesting we do something.
Okay, Councillor Cafarrell.
Yes, Your Worship, I have always been very reluctant to support this revamp project in any way, and I'm even more reluctant now that we're spending quite a considerable piece of money on the civic facility, and I agree with Bex. The you lose a vote, you get in behind things and you want to make that the best you can. That's the way I look at it. We've now got the civic facility as the number one. This is a sort of nice to have, but we don't need it. And I think the town, since we've got really into this conversation on this revamp, the town has changed. We've sort of had, shops coming to the northern end of town. The northern end of town is looking busier now. I just think I'm quite happy leaving things as they are. Maybe look at this again in another 3 years or so, but I would just like to see this whole thing drop.
Thank you, Councillor Nixon.
Just some clarification again. If we don't do this, are we going to consign our CBD and the horizontal infrastructure to the same fate as the stormwater system that we haven't invested in the future? So what I'm trying to say probably is, if we don't actually make some investment now, what's going to happen to to that infrastructure further down the track? Because to me, this is not just about the top bit and the fluffy bit, it's seriously about the infrastructure stuff. And if we don't invest some money in that infrastructure now, we are going to consign our town to some major issues in the future. So I just want to see some reflections from the staff around the implications of not doing the work that has to be done, because we're all seeing this project as a nice to do, but there's elements of it that are have to do's for me. And so I just want to get some numbers and some clarity around that, so because I want to be able to give you the funding to do the must-dos.
Is that, picking up the point that Councillor Nixon's raised, I think it's a really valid one. And so, there's been discussion about do we delay it for 3 years, 5 years, but also in the mix is the Regional Land Transport Plan where we have to have the budgets in. So are you able to answer that now? Is it something you could come back later in the day with? I know that it's what we have to do, like the surfacing, if we have to do that within 5 years, or the water pipes, it's understanding what we have to do on our infrastructure. So I'm not clear on that myself.
Well, perhaps it's not quite the right question, in the sense...
Well, direct us.
Just go for it.
The question is, what do we want our town centre to look like? We've got resurfacing and stormwater pipes, wastewater and water pipes to address. We've got pavers to address. We've got street furniture to address. They are all at the end of life, but we have another 5 years to address those. But are you proposing that we just do the same? What we've got at the moment is a vision for our town centre with more pedestrian friendly activity areas. There's a whole lot of different, as I said, we've done a big process to try to enhance that whole CBD area. We can, if we make a decision now to just renew what's there, we can give you those numbers. We have a few years still, and I'd be hesitant, and my voting team is hesitant to say we could go more than 3, 4 or 5 years, because that road is at its end of its life, but it's not quite there yet, but it is there. But the question for the council is, are we going to keep the same for the next 20, 30 years, or are we going to deliver on this vision that we've spent all this time delivering on, and the timing of that vision? We have a window, and I won't say it, other than the paver issue. We've got issues there which we have to keep on top of. But I think it's not so much do we want to renew. That might be the question for the council. Do we want to renew, or do we want to go forward?
That's right.
And then the arguments of the timing and funding sort of fall out of that perspective.
That makes it a little bit clearer for me. Ra, and then Councillor Nelson.
Can I just follow up, Dave, in terms of if you were doing some things like pipes and you had the opportunity to renew some other things while you're doing that. Sorry if that's just automatic for other people, but it wasn't automatic for me. So, because if we're going to have to do some of that, and we could do curbing, etc. at the same time, then that's a little different from splitting them into essential areas, because you could have some savings on the redevelopment.
And as we've talked about, the CBD is a really tricky area to work in. You've got a lot of demands, our program would always be to combine renewals. We would do the water at the same time as we surface. Really strong feedback from my big guys that they don't want to go into CBD until there's a big program of works associated with it. So we, again, as I said, 5 years ago, we started talking about aligning all that work. So whatever happens, we would align that. It's just a question of what's the scope of the work that the council want to see done in that area.
Okay, Councillor Nelson.
Just my position is I don't support the project at all. I think it's a complete overspend. I feel that I think that Main Street actually doesn't look too bad. I might be the only one in the room that thinks that, but I think it's reasonably pleasant. I compare it to other towns similar to ours. I feel that if the council really did want to support and promote local businesses, we'd do all our shopping locally. For example, the Masterton Library, as I understand, used to get provided from Headley's and Paper Plus. Now it's only a small portion of the books that do. I'm sure Warwick and Dave would really appreciate their support as opposed to the work happening outside their stores. With the infrastructure plan, I live at Pownell Street, and that still gets renovated and upgraded, but there's no Pownell Street plan that I'm aware of, so I'm sure that the town would still be maintained, the roading would be done, the pavers would be done, because that's just part of what we do as a council. Just in regards to the parks that I know will be lost in this project, I'm quite an active person, but I still get small pleasure out of driving through town and seeing so many cars in town. It suggests a vibrant place where lots of people are, and I don't think we have the infrastructure in terms of public transport for people who live away from town to get to town on bikes. Some of them might bike, but a lot won't. Some of them can't walk, and we're a service town as well. And I think it's a great thing to have parks outside Strata when they go to Strata for a coffee. So I feel that the program shouldn't go ahead at all. And things are fine as they are, provided basic maintenance is done.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any other comments? Councillor Ryan?
It's just a clarification, David. You say that the pavers and the crossings have to be replaced, and it's a surface issue. Rather than replacing them, can they be, roughed up or scuffed up, whatever the terminology might be? Whatever Deputy Mayor just said that I didn't hear.
Councillor Bean and Peter too. 4 years ago, we had this exact same discussion in council, and saying, what can we do with the pavers? So we developed 3 different options at the time around refurbishing the paver, the crossings, to make them, because there's been problems with them for a while. We had 3 options. The council voted for the lowest cost option because we were about to do a CBD. And it was very clear that the solution we put in, which was relaying them and tidying them up, it wasn't to doing a base stabilisation issue, which is what they need. That was going to only last 2 or 3 years. So the council at the time voted for a interim solution. We could look at scuffing them up. The cost of making them, because they've just gotten smooth over time. They're over 25 years old. We would be looking at, as the solution that we've got here, starting afresh, using them where we could, but certainly starting afresh with a different approach. If we wanted to stick to what we've got and just renew what we've got, we would have to spend a little bit more time on a design, because we don't have a design to just renew what's there, and so I don't have those numbers. And that the answer to the pavers would be part of that.
If I can just put a little bit of background over this as well, and so quite a number of years ago, and I can't remember who was on council when we made the decision about for Homebush. David and Gary, okay. So there's 1, 2, 3, 5 of us that were in the room when we made the decision about Homebush. And David is quite right, there was a lot of, at the time, a lot of discussion about doing the CBD revamp. We needed it, no, it needed to be done. And I can remember some previous councillors were really strong on it. And we decided at that time, because we were undergoing the Homebush project, which was a huge dollar value, more than what we're talking about here and more than what we've just approved with the facility. We decided that we would leave the CBD revamp, not that we didn't want to do it, but we couldn't afford to do it at the same time. So of course then what happened is we got over the Homebush, and then the next term of council we said, okay, let's get on with this town centre revamp. So it has been going virtually since 2013, 2014 when the discussions were had. And we were going along quite nicely, and we had got the urban broker, what were they called, the urban brokers or whatever, I've forgotten their names now.
Dream brokers, urban dream brokers.
Thank you, and the woman from Massey as well. And we did quite a lot of work and quite a lot of consultation around it. Then what happened in 2016, our civic facility became earthquake prone. And so what we had was a collision between two really big projects. So that's where we've got to, and that's where we've landed. Not by choice, I would, but that's the reality of where we've landed to. So the decision and what we need to deliberate on today is taking into account, the wastewater, water, pavers, surfacing has to be done within the next 5 years. 4 to 5 years, 3 to 5 years I think you initially said. It also has to be tied in with our funding model for our regional land transport planning, which is the mechanism of which we get money or don't get money from Wāpiku Day. So there's a few things in the mix on this, so I just wanted to give the background to it, so particularly for first term councillors, that they had understood the process that and the thinking that we had gone behind it. The pavers in many ways are actually quite dangerous, and they're costing us quite a lot of money for people to maintain them. The whole lot need to be lifted up and redone, but somebody put their hand up. Was it you, Graham? I'll go to you, Graham, and then to Sandra.
I'd actually like to hear Dave Paris make a comment on it, because I sometimes think these projects frighten the horses when you look at the sum. It's only 27 million from loan funds, it's over 10 years. And to do, David's going to come back with the temporary fix-up anyway, so when you start to balance it all out, to me, yes, there's the fluffy on top, but half of the project is core infrastructure that we have to, which is Councillor Nixon's thing. So really, I think people think you're going to say 2% on rates or something miraculous if you actually don't do this, but just like when you look at it as infrastructure and maintenance and some fluffy on top, where's this actually in the language? And it's over
It's not.
Yeah, but
Josh.
both had nearly $4 million worth of NZTA subsidy for either the partial or the full revamp. I mean, you just can't ignore that money is potentially not there.
And 4.3 out of depreciation reserves.
One of the reasons we went for Queen Street too is because we could get NZTA funding. That's why we moved away from Park Street and Bruce Street, because we said we should start at one end of Queen Street and go up the end. If the funding's not there, it's a different proposition.
Okay, but the funding will partly be still there. I'll just go to Kat for some comment.
So you could assume a portion from external funding, because we do know that there are other funding sources that are likely to come on stream. We're expecting announcements after announcements over the next year about what the investment proposition is in wellbeing if council is no longer in the water space. We don't know either whether the Waka Kotahi numbers will be back up by year 4, but that is, something that we anticipate. This is a short-term funding gap that they have, and they've got a model to try and plug their revenue streams, which includes moving away from some of their traditional petrol tax and things. So we can say that this whole program is hanging off Waka Kotahi subsidy, but I don't believe that that is actually what the whole program hangs off. It has been about how do we design a civic, prideful, vibrant centre where people want to be, want to recreate, are safe, have some of those mobility issues that we've been talking about in terms of we know that the curbs and the channels and the parking, and at one point we were talking we need all of it pedestrianised, and at the next point we're talking some, and we've gone backwards and forwards between that, but part of it has always been about making our town centre accessible and easy to navigate, and we do know that there is funding available for livable centres. So part of the livable centres is nothing to do with having a nicely sealed road and the underground infrastructure being up to scratch, which is what you would expect a council to achieve as a bare minimum anyway. So you do have some options, and it may be worth, us adjourning at some point and going on to the next one and coming back to this, because you could run your program over 13 years and start in year 2, or you can do other things to not lose the vision and the outcomes that you were after. So what I'm saying is, while we had anticipated in the beginning when we put the original plan together that the only safe money, so to speak, was the Waka Kotahi funding, we always did say there would be, and hence all of the other parts of the recommendations, that there would be an expectation that we would leverage any external funding.
Okay. So does that mean we're going to take a wee bit of a gamble here? Or put it off?
All we can resolve, I think, is Campus indicating that we don't start this work in year 1. We may start it in year 3 or 4, given the comments that David Hotman has said. And therefore it takes it out to year 13, so we don't start it till year 3 or year 4 of the LTP. And hopefully that fits in with the Regional Land Transport Plan funding. I don't know. There is a lot of uncertainties around there. That's the reality that we're working on. We're working with uncertainties. So that there are different options that we can look at.
And does that mean that if we go to year 3, my problem is with that, and my cat is going to be Mana forgiven and little dusty really shortly. So if we take it out to year 3, does that mean that we may miss the opportunity for the glitter dust?
So I guess
what?
Glitter dust.
Oh, just going
The thing is, we don't actually know, and it's a very difficult position for me to advise you on. What I do think is, if you don't have things that look like they're ready to go, you will not get the money. That's what we found, as you'll recall, when the last opportunity to apply for funding was those things that had been worked through and were close, and we actually could procure them, which is the other issue that we've got. Because the longer we delay on this too, we have the fact that we've got a very swollen market at the moment, and it's actually about locking things in So we always thought in all of the big projects, we'd try and work, with partners. And the flexibility that was designed into this was to be able to go, right, this makes sense now when we've got all the willing parties together. So, Councillor Nixon, I'd love to say yes or no to that question, but until we see the terms and the conditions, I can't. I would say it would always be expected that you would be augmenting a program, not using all of government funding to do something you should have been doing anyway. So we won't be able to trade off core council work.
Councillor Holmes, sorry, and Councillor
Last year we called a tender for that revamp in the middle, I mean, it didn't even get a person qualified for it. So by making the project bigger, is that going to make it more interesting for people?
Absolutely, that's why this whole thing was designed this way. It was to attract, higher, tier players who would have subcontractors who would be here and would be setting up, and we would have the, apprenticeships and all of those things that go with it, because you will recall the problem was it was a defined piece of work. It didn't have any continuity. It didn't link to another piece of work. So when you have a bigger program, you have that ability to work with people, including the local, fabricators and things like that we've done for skate park, and street furniture was one of the other things we were looking at. So you're absolutely right, Councillor Holmes. The reason we failed to get an attractive partner for both parties was literally we didn't have the program that enticed anyone to play.
Councillor Ryan.
I just wondered with the alternative option, it doesn't address all those infrastructure issues that you were talking about. It does, doesn't it? But it doesn't address, and then if we later add it on Dixon Park and Bruce Streets in terms of the resealing, that's not going to impact on the work you've already done anyway.
Okay, so sorry, was that?
Oh no, I was just going to say about the alternative option too. I mean, the difference between the preferred option and the alternative is almost twice the increase in rate. And, with the alternative option, we're still getting Queen Street, the Waikoa connection, the north and southern entrances. And I feel that if we want to start somewhere, that would possibly be a better place to start if you want to look at revamping. But to me, to adopt the full preferred option, I'm just not comfortable with that.
Doesn't include the east and west.
No,
yeah, it does.
Oh, it does. It does include the east and west.
Yeah, it doesn't
North
include.
and south are the two critical ones.
Yeah, the north and south it does include.
Yeah, and the east
and west it doesn't. Just to clarify that.
You're right, it's a difference of what, something 120 a year?
120 and 240. Yeah.
Okay, so where are we at? Do we need some more information? Are we happy to make a decision? Somebody happy to move the recommendations?
I'll move it.
You're moving the full revamp?
I'll second it on the basis we're going to take on. We'll take it on the extra funding.
Okay, so the recommendation on page 207 for the full revamp over 10 years has been moved by Councillor McClymont, seconded by Councillor Nixon. Is there any further discussion on that before I put the motion? There appears to be none, so we better do a hands up for this. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your right hand. Okay, the motion against. Motion is lost. Is there another motion?
I'll move that we adopt the alternative option.
Okay. So page 228. The dollars and the financial considerations. Okay. So the alternative option, so just,
$5 million
you've,
difference.
sorry, who's moved it? Sandy, right, is there a seconder? Is there a seconder for the alternative?
What can you do?
Could I move a motion, Your Worship, that we defer for 3 years?
Okay, so defer for 3 years. Was there any support for the, I'll just go back to make sure there's no seconder for that. For the
You're so voice.
alternative.
Excuse me.
Well,
Yep.
I certainly would like to think a little bit more about this, and we seem to be rushing this through.
Yeah,
And
thank you for that, because I'm a little bit the same, but carry on.
And because you talk about the alternative option, and that's 22.4 million.
No, it's
Whereas
14.6 million, the alternative.
estimated cost of the partial revamp is
Oh, yes,
4 million.
over the 10 years of
And
the payment.
on the preferred options, 36 million over 10 years. Not a lot of difference. So certainly I would like a little bit more time to
well, yeah, we almost touched on it before and we went away from it, as if we stick with the preferred recommendation, but instead of proceed in 2 years' time and then allow us to see how this settles with external funding and things. We're actually throwing one out, potentially jumping out with something slightly cheaper. Can we not look at just, I think it was actually Catholic someone that came up with, don't start with it for 3 years, but proceed with it as the preferred option, but pushed out. I think we need to talk about it a little bit more. I'm afraid that it's feeling a bit rushy.
I second Gary's motion.
So what was, sorry,
But is that to actually defer, does that deferring the recommendation?
Defer the whole project, the whole project for 3 years.
so that's the preferred option, defer the preferred option or defer the alternative?
Defer the revamp.
It's depends on the revamp.
Say the 30 rebate. Say the 30 rebate. Sorry? The 30 rebate.
So the suggestion has been, and it's up to you, to councillors around the table, if we can council it, if the staff can do some quick bit of work on deferring it for, what was that, 3 years?
We would get the civic facility just about done.
Okay.
But there's two different things going on. It's deferring it indefinitely, or we can defer the start, but you're still working towards it. Gary's going for a complete deferred thing altogether, which is meaning that we're just going to go back to maintaining status quo.
So maybe we should just let him do his proposal,
Yeah.
we need to see it, we can vote on it.
Yeah, I just need to get some clarity around that. So picking up the point, Graham, you're deferring, you're saying we're not going to do anything for 3 years?
Yep.
And what are you suggesting, Graham?
I'm saying that we proceed with the preferred option as detailed, but no work to start for 3 years, which just we'll see what funding comes through. It's quite different.
That's right, because it doesn't, it is very different because it doesn't shut the door to potential funding.
Whereas this shuts it down, and what the road guys can do just...
And I want just to seek some clarification around if we defer for 3 years, that's not going to be attractive to the external funders. Am I correct?
So Freddie, I actually just requested that perhaps we have an adjournment because we may be able to do some small works in the start, because the rates impact on loan funded staff doesn't happen until the year after it's complete. And if we have the opportunity to have a look at that little piece, we may be able to, one, push out, when the rates impact happens, but also look at
be in the market for external funding.
what the opportunity is, and we would probably be better to advise you if we had some time to run through those scenarios. We've got today, we could leave the matter lying on the table to, you know, not necessarily till tomorrow. I think we could do this during the course of today and come back to it before you've done all your last decision, so you know what you're looking at in terms of your envelope as well.
But Gary can put his motion through if he chooses.
You can, but I'm choosing not to, I'm going to suggest that we lay this on the table, leave it on the table, because I think we need more information to make the correct decision. So that's my right as chair to do that, and I'm going to do that. So we're just going to ask that staff have a look at it this afternoon and provide us with a bit more information, because there's too much uncertainty from what I'm hearing around the table if we want to make a solid decision with the right information. Okay, so we're going to leave that on the table. So I think if we do... Oh, sorry.
While the staff are getting information on the preferred side option, can they also provide us with what it looks like for the alternative option as well?
Sorry, what was that phrase? That was... Sorry.
And while the staff are doing something around the preferred option, in terms of words,
deferred or...
Can they also provide some information on what it looks like for ratepayers in terms of the alternative option as well?
The alternative option has the rate impact.
No, but it was...
You want to defer if the alternative option was deferred?
Yes.
If both options were deferred?
Yes.
Okay.
By how many years?
Three. Okay. So Dave was Okay. So thank you. We'll leave that one on the table. I'm going to come back to, let's get the, and then we'll have some lunch. The funding request submission, page 230 to 244. So you've seen the funding request come in. We're noting that the funding above will be designated for the purposes and there is a decline in the request. So at the end of the day, this is a governance decision. The staff recommendations are there. I'm just trying to think the best way to go through this, and I think if I can find this page. So I think if we can go through them as per there is on page 237, unless you want to deal with it another way, my suggestion is we go through them one by one, unless there's somebody prepared to move it as it is.
But I just ask for a clarification on top of page 231. The school provision, like 90,000 to 80,000, just why then? What's the argument behind that? And does that reduce or alter what's in the contested report?
Okay, I think that's further in the report. It's because we would need to do that if we were to approve these. Is that the reasoning behind that?
Yeah, there's an extra $28,500 worth of funding that would be required to be set aside for all of it to be achieved.
Yeah, okay. So if we go to page 237, I thank you, Corin and Aaron, for joining us. So the first one up is the Community Centre Trust. They are seeking support for building maintenance and have proposed two options for consideration. The recommendation there is for $25,000 from years 1, 2 and 3 based on historical funding. Is there any discussion around that? Councillor Capel?
Yes, Your Worship, I would like to see this funding for the community centre increased to the $50,000 they're asking for. I think that they're a As having been chairman of that organisation for about 3 or 4 years, I understand how just important they are to the community. So they house, I think it is 14 organisations. If that community centre trust, if that community centre goes, those organisations will fall because of new homes. They are important, it is important, they provide a service with the community. I just think that we're in a position here where this particular organisation is in survival mode, and we have to be prepared to step up and keep it going. So I would like to see the community centre trust at $50,000.
Okay, is there any other thoughts around it? Thank you. Who's got their hand up? I'll go to Councillor Malman, Councillor Nixon, Councillor Johnson and Councillor Ryan.
I am in agreement with Gary, not so much the 50,000, certainly the 40,000 minimum, because of the value they have to the community. And if they collapse, we're going to have 14 organisations at our offices. We're also going to have an emergency community kitchen that to find new premises or cease to operate. So I think the trust, this trust is very, very important to the community. In other councils fund community centres such as Johnsonville, Palmerston North, Wanganui. I believe that if we provide 25,000, we're not sending a message to them of any security whatsoever. So I'm of the opinion to give them money that will give them security in the future.
Okay, Councillor Nixon.
I'm probably the opposite, so I'm not particularly keen on funding them until we have these guys come into some sort of food coalition or food alliance around that whole supply chain around food for the community. And the other thing is I still can't quite understand why they're not selling the building and renting it back. I would suspect that would be a relatively good option for an investor. So I'm really not keen on supporting them until I get more clarity around where we're going ahead with provision of food to those in need across all of the providers. They're selling a building as an option for them. It takes the headache away from them, and they can certainly enter into a decent sort of agreement with the purchaser.
Councillor Johnson.
I am happy to support them to the previous levels that we've done before, and I'm a bit of a fan too that quite often clubs or groups fail because of property issues, and we're actually about participation on property. And this is a $750,000 building, which could be of value to them with that money in the bank, and also too there are organisations in our community who make available facilities with a rent rebate or concessional rent, and especially for community groups. So I believe that they're, without sounding disrespectful, sitting on a little bit of a gold mine, and that money could assist their cause. But I'm happy to support their funding at the level that we've done previously.
Okay, Councillor Ryan.
This application is for building maintenance. Now, I was involved when they had purchased that building with the knowledge that they had 10 years to address their issues, particularly over the roofing and the holes in roof, those frames. Trusses, that's the word. So they purchased it with that knowledge, and I don't see it as our role to be picking up the cost of their building maintenance. I support this grant, I think set at 10,000 for me, around supporting their activities, but I do not support this in terms of paying for their maintenance.
Okay, Tito?
Yeah, it was around the cost for the building maintenance that kind of had me concerned on the community bid stuff. And this should have been in their plans anyway. I mean, if this is the way the council would fund the building maintenance program, then you'd be happy on a lot more other people wanting their own buildings supported by council. There are community groups that are out there too. So I'm just concerned that this is going to send a message around building maintenance and how the council will support those.
Councillor Peterson, do you?
Yes, just a clarification. I think the food kitchen is only a small part of what the community trust does, and they are really important to the community. I think whether the group that were behind it originally and when they purchased the place didn't fulfil their obligations or not is sort of a bit irrelevant now. It's new management, new people, and I would strongly support Gary with either option 1 or option 2, whichever turned out to be the deal.
Okay. Any other comments? So we have a mix of 10,000, 25,000, 40,000 and 50,000. No. And none. And we have to make a decision about it.
I'd like to go back to 40,000 and support Fraser on the 40,000 position.
Well, if you want to put that, as a motion, unless we can get something underway, Tedder?
Can I make the suggestion that if they're looking to do building maintenance, that there are other funding avenues that they could possibly look at, or is there any other way that they could, sort of approach this with council's help to maybe guide them on how to go about doing that? I'm just trying to weigh up the building maintenance costs and maybe then looking at other funding opportunities that may be out there that they don't know about that could help them for a community.
That's why I reduced the money from 50 to 40 to not do the building maintenance. But, certainly give them security over their staffing and also for the other organisations who are in the building.
They're not all NGOs that are in there, some of them are private businesses.
If it was a private business, they'd be out. They wouldn't be able to afford to stay there, simple as that. So we're only property enough.
And can I just make a point? Are we not funding them to increase the asset?
Oh, really?
Because, I mean, that's...
Okay. So, Gary, were you prepared to put a motion?
Yeah, I'll move 40,000.
Can I make an amendment to that motion?
You can, or let's just...
So, I'm prepared to support them for 40,000 if we talk to them about the sale of the building. Maybe even 40 for 2 years. But they've got to start getting their heads around that.
One of the problems with selling it is, the way I work it out, by the time they fix the roof, the landlord fix the roof, they're going to cut their money in 13 years, and then they won't have it.
They're going to, sorry,
Well, they'll cut their money in 13 years,
yeah.
and then they won't have it. So selling the building is short term. It'll be worth $1 million by the time they get to 13 years, and we'll replace it. I have no real opinion about it. I'm just saying the selling, when you run the figures,
Yep.
as a landlord.
That's good to know. I'll pull back off that then.
Okay, so you're prepared to put the motion for 40k and seconded by Councillor Marmon. Well, we'll put that in and let's see where it goes. And this is around, from just picking up the point that Councillor Marmon said, this is more around supporting the community centre rather than their building and maintenance.
That's right.
Applications for maintenance. It says clearly, seeking support for building maintenance.
And in both proposals, it says will be used for community coordination and facilities, which is to meet building maintenance.
Okay. Okay, well, it's been moved and seconded, so I'll put that it's 40,000 for years 1 to 3. So all those in favour of 40k, please raise your right hand. Against? Okay, the motion is lost.
I would abstain, I don't understand.
I abstained actually because I don't really understand. It's not clear that well, it is clear because they're saying they want it for maintenance. They may muck up something.
Can I get some clarity?
Yeah.
Yes.
If you look at option 2, I think it becomes a wee bit clearer. So
it outlines that 14K is the maintenance element, and the rest of it is part of the salary for the centre manager, etc.
Okay, does that make it clearer?
It makes it.
Okay.
Does it really matter? They just need money, whether it's for maintenance or...
I think taking the point, I think Tito summed it up quite well, otherwise we'd have everybody coming in for...
Absolutely.
For
Given the amount that they're asking to run.
For costs. So, sorry, I just don't know where we got to with that vote. Can we, did you?
You need a new motion, don't you?
It was lost. Okay. Now that we've got clarity, what was that, Keith?
So what's the
I'd like to move a motion.
36?
Can I move a motion for 25k funding for 3 years, 3 years for funding to go to the community coordination of the centre?
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded, which is a recommendation that you have in front of you. All those in favour, please raise your right hand. Okay, against, motion is carried. Okay, that's per recommendation. Okay, the next one is, sorry, they're not in order to what they are on here, so if we just pop down to the second recommendation, third one, which is declining the New Zealand Memorial Museum Trust. The application has been declined. And is there any further comment on that? Do councillor support that we decline that? But the staff recommendation is based on the priority given to funding organisations that will have a direct benefit for our local community.
That was McKinnon, that was spoken.
Yes.
What's that?
So, we're okay with, to decline that? Can I just?
Yep.
Okay. So just leave these as we go. Yeah, okay, we'll do them separately. Yeah, so could I have somebody, you're happy to move that, Councillor Johnson?
Yes.
And seconded, Councillor Gear, that we support the recommendation of declining it. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Moving on to the next one, which is the Masterton Food Bank. They have requested that 50,000 per annum. The need has been evidenced as noted, and the base grant to the food bank has been 20,000 in each of the 3 years. And they're looking to bring further, I think, a part-time assistant on board and to move the coordinator to a 40-hour week. I think that I sent the email out last night to you all about some funding coming in, and that the Masterton Food Bank and My Waste have the ability to access that fund, and MSD are coming over on the 16th of June. And I've also asked if we can try and get some funding so we could do a one-day food strategy with action plan or implementation plan. So do we want to make a decision on that now? You made a recommendation to me. What was regarding that?
That this is your day for decisions to go into the LTP. So deferring a decision on this till next week or after the meeting is really it's not going in the budget. So you could potentially, if you wanted to fund them, you could be the funder of last resort. So you could make a provision for it and hope that you didn't, that the ratepayer didn't need to fund it because they had the other. Or you could go unbudgeted, so you don't have it in and you accept that they'll come to you after the 1st of July and they'll ask you for in amount. So those were the two options, but to say we'll wait until next week is not an option.
So the base grant that we've given them in the past has been 20,000 in each of the last 3 years. So discussion around the Masterton Food Bank. Councillor Keir.
Your Worship, given there are options for the future for the extra funding, I'd like to put forward a motion that we make good the funding that we provided for the previous 3 years and continue that on.
Sorry, Brent, I didn't quite hear that.
So that's 20,000?
So we continue the amount of funding that we have given in the past 3 years, with the provision that obviously there is potential fund EVC in the future.
So, who's moving that? Is there a seconder?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councillor Johnson. Okay, I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Councillor Peterson. And Councillor Cabell. Okay, the motion is carried, 20,000 for years 1 to 3. Okay, moving on to the next one, which is the Riversdale Beach Surf Saving Club. The recommendation is 15,000 for years 1 to 3, which is an increase in the historical level of funding. We're seeking funding of 20,000 per annum for years 1 to 3 as a contribution to half the cost of the salary for the regional lifeguards.
Can I put a motion for it?
Yeah.
I'd like it to be 40,000 full amount this year.
40,000 per year.
To be in line with other surf diving clubs in New Zealand.
Can I amend that? Or can I explain what I'm interested in?
Yeah.
So when they came here, I asked them specifically a question around the provision of service to Castle Point, or they talked about Castle Point stuff, and they said that they would, if we gave them more money, they would certainly be able to do that. And the other issue was the provision of safety programs and first aid stuff that would give more resilience to the community, and they were certainly out for that. So I'm actually more than happy to support Tim's motion as long as it includes their increased provision around Castle Point and the first aid programs as they indicated they had the capacity to do.
Okay. Sorry, increased provision for Castle Point, and what was the other one?
First aid, like giving the community more resilience by having more first aid courses and programs, whatever they want, just to expand their programs basically.
Okay.
Just get sucked up.
Yeah.
So that, you're okay with that, Tim, with those added,
You two both
Must be right before lunch.
I think it's good that it just shows that we can put whatever differences aside and come and agree on things at different times. So, okay, so that motion has been moved and seconded that we put 40,000 in for years 1 to 3, and on the basis that it will mean increased provision to Castle Point and additional first aid safety programs are being run. Okay.
So how are you going to check on that?
Well, because these guys are more than bloody capable of organising that.
Okay.
Could we find a funding agreement? If it's a 3-year agreement, we can make it explicit.
Okay, and I just think we will enter into an agreement around those two provisions with the Riversdale Beach Surf Life Saving Club, and I'm sure that they'd be happy to do that. So in line with that, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, the motion is carried. Moving on now to Enviro Schools. Enviro Schools, they want to renew their MOU at 29,160 for years 1 to 3 within this grant sits within the Environmental Initiative section of the Wellbeing Activities, and we've been funding Enviro Schools for quite some time now, and they do a great job. So, you're happy to move it, Bex? Okay, moved by Councillor Johnson and Ryan. Okay, it's been moved as per the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, motion is carried. Moving on now to the Y-Waste Food Rescue. This is a little bit in the similar vein to possibly what was discussed before about the food bank. And I'm just looking at the resolution that we made then. So, yes?
Did they go back to the MSD, the current COVID-19 grant for another month? Did they go back, there was another MSD COVID-19 grant, did they go back to that?
And they are going to be putting in for the new funding that has just come out.
Covered now?
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. So the recommendation there is 20,000 for years 1 to 3. Councillor Peterson has declared a confident. So as he's on the board. So sorry, what have we given them in the past?
10,000.
For the past 3 years.
Sorry?
10,000 for the past 3 years.
Okay, but yeah, past 3 years, did you say? Thank
With a
you.
3-year agreement.
Yeah, okay, so the recommendation there is 20,000. Is there anybody prepared to put the motion forward on that? You will, for the 20,000, okay. So, Councillor Ryan, is there anybody else that supports that 20,000 for years 1 to 3? Is there a seconder to that motion? Okay, it's been moved by Councillor Ryan and seconded by Councillor Nelson. That 20,000 as per the recommendation be given to Y-Waste Food Rescue for years 1 to 3. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion is carried.
Could I just ask for clarification, where does that leave the community kitchen? Because in the past, we've seen the three of them together. Somebody said the community kitchen have said they prefer to apply annually.
Well, they apply through the normal grants process. These are those that have come through the revolving thing.
That's it with the community centre trust.
So moving on to Life Flight.
The funding is separate from them.
Yes, it is. So moving on to Life Flight Trust, they have requested seeking funding of $17,500 per annum to cover essential operation expenses. The recommendation is 5,000, which is in line with previous grants.
Sorry, we missed one.
Oh, we did too. Sorry, I jumped. Sorry. So I'm looking at the wrong. I'm looking at page 230.
When's only got it up?
Yeah, it's when's on here. It's not.
Yep.
So it's an event. So sorry. Looking at page 20, they've seeking support to discuss the opportunity for an extended or long-term funding agreement. The recommendation is staff will meet with Wings to discuss the funding agreement for the next 3 years with funding based on the previous budget arrangements, which is 15k for the year of the event and 5k in between. Is that how it goes?
Yes.
That's the recommendation from staff. There's also looking to have a discussion around the in-kind support, and because there's a dollar value on that as well. So the recommendation is there. Is there any discussion around that? So, okay, so it's been moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Gear, which is that we approve the funding over a 3-year period, 5,000 in year 1, 15,000 in year 2, and then 5,000 in year 3 from the events budget, and notes that staff will meet with Wings over whatever to discuss the funding and other support agreement over the next 3 years. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Now moving on to the Life Flight Trust. The Previous grants of 5k, the recommendation from the staff is 5,000. Is there any discussion around this, councillor Geer?
Your worship, given the amount of trips they do to Wairarapa and to Wellington, $5,000 is one trip. So I would like to move a motion that we fund exactly what they're asking.
Okay, and that's for the next 3 years, 17,500 in years 1 to 3. It's been moved by councillor Geer, who seconded it? Councillor Ryan. I'll put that motion. Is there any discussion around it? I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Moving on now to Nuku Ora. They're seeking funding of 4,000 per annum from years 1 to 3 to contribute to the Regional Facilities Advisor. We allow provision of 29,000 for years 1 to 3, noting that this would include the additional 4,000 that they have requested for the Regional Facilities Advisor. Over the past 3 years, Council have funded the group a total of 75,000. Okay, that's the staff recommendation. Is there any discussion around that? Councillor Johnson?
I'd like to move that we approve funding of 25,000 and don't include the additional request for 4,000. Well, I'd like to approve funding of 25,000.
I second that. As a principal of the school, I don't see a lot from that organisation, and I'm even struggling with 25,000.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Councillor Johnson and Councillor Nelson. Is there any discussion around this?
Could you make an amendment to that and make it, I'm going to do this for another later on, for 1 year, and just see some key KPIs as to what they're actually doing?
Well, we do have KPIs with them.
Okay, well, I've seen those on the audit risk.
Yeah, that's right.
But I'd like to have more input into, I suppose I can't because it's a management thing, but
No, the KPIs, Keith, do you want to speak to that? The KPIs that we currently have with, I'm sure that they've gone through council and been approved by council previously.
I don't recall that, but we have in the past obviously put them up with the agreement.
They've changed their focus, so KPIs have changed, so it might be a good time to check with them.
So with all of these, there will be funding agreements, and there would be the ability through that if there were particular things that we wanted to highlight.
Because I'm a bit like Tim, I'm struggling with it, so I'd rather do a review of the KPIs in the first year because it's a new organisation with new goals, and reduce that funding in the first year and see how we crack on and year 2 and 3.
It's not a new organisation.
Well, not new, but
it's a rebranded and refocus.
They've got to refocus, and the council benefits in terms of the shift program.
That's right. Absolutely.
They also fund the Boxing Academy in terms of in the community, which has allowed the Boxing Academy to go into schools and now participating in 9 schools and at 12 to 15 classes. So there is benefits within this community.
So if I may, 3 years, Chair, make the stuff come in. The whole point of their refocus was to move away from the
traditional
sports and to move more into community. So to say, I guess, that you haven't seen the change yet, they haven't got to the new year to do it, but they have reshaped their organisation in order to be able to do it and to have those links. So we can obviously work through, if you choose to fund them at any amount, what's important to us as a community to see and have?
Tangible activities. I know they're doing the healthy living program in schools, which looks good, and make you take part of that hopefully next year. I'd just like to see, if you had the Masterton Episcopal Cluster sitting here right now, which oversees a huge group of those local students, they would be struggling to come up with a real initiative that improves outcomes for year 1 to 13 students.
But the focus isn't just on students. It's around the health and wellbeing of our daughters. Yeah, no, they're in partnership with lots of Whaiora and also Haurora as well, I believe. So it's other community groups that may be seeing some benefits that we probably, with their new
like the stuff, with the play in the Joro Park and that sort of thing. And also the ones that Councillor Mailman's already alluded to. So
I'd like to see them given a chance and to fund them with the 29,000.
okay, but we have a motion, and I'm quite, so Councillor Peterson is suggesting that we go to the 29,000, but there is a motion has been moved and seconded by Bex and Tim for 25,000. Okay, so I better do a hands up on that one. So those that support that motion of 25,000, please raise your right hand. Okay, motion. Those against, please raise your right hand.
Right hands.
It's lost. Motion is lost. We've got to let our left hands. Did you want to put that?
Yes, I'd like to do it whether we fund them with 29,000.
Okay, that's been
I
moved.
I think Tim made a good point that we should have some way of making sure we're getting value for money after the first year.
Okay, I'm sure the staff will note that for the funding agreement that we engage with them.
Just curious, do we actually pull funding if they don't meet KPIs? How does that work? Have we ever done that?
No, we haven't, because it's such a small amount of money compared to what the KPIs that they were proposed.
I'm just talking about across the board.
Oh,
yeah.
For others?
Yeah.
Well, we've certainly put some under review where they haven't been meeting. Most people we fund through funding agreements on multi-year stuff are all too happy to show how they meet their.
Okay, so that's been moved by, Councillor Peterson, and seconded for the 29,000, seconded Councillor Mailman. Okay, there's no further discussion, or let's put our right hand up. All those in favour, please raise your right hand for the 29,000. Okay, those against? Motion is carried. I think we need any,
What time? If you look at them one moment.
we're getting there.
It's getting too close to lunch.
Yeah, blood sugar levels are dropping.
I mean, it is 1 o'clock. I'd like to finish this, but if the feeling is you need a break, we can have...
No, let's keep going.
No, you don't need to eat.
I think it's off at the moment.
Okay, so we will crack on and maybe we can have a look at the heating. Can someone... Thanks, Aaron.
How long are we taking for lunch?
We'll have a decent break at lunch.
What was the motion for the temperature of the tea?
Okay, next.
It's at 21.
Moving on to the Fab Lab. Okay, everyone. The previous MOU was for 20,000. They're seeking a renewal of that for years 1 to 3.
I'll second.
Moved by Councillor Peterson, seconded by Councillor Johnson. Is there any discussion on the Fab Lab MOU?
Yeah, I have got a lot of issues with Fab Lab. They were basically useful for 1 year, and not one single group or organisation went through it. And even Lakeview Schools and Home for the end because of the quality of the program. I'd really like to see the numbers going through to see how many people are actually using it. John in person are tremendously charming, and they've got the right, well, they seem to in the best interest at heart, but I just never seen. I'd like to know how many people are using the Fab Lab on a week-by-week basis, and I would do it for 1 year only, not for 3 years.
based on my experience with that organisation.
Okay, they've since moved to the library, so I'll just go to Colin for any, if he has any comment on that.
So I don't have exact figures. So at the moment that funding enables them to run an open day afternoon on the Fridays. That covers the cost of that. They certainly have people every Friday coming through. We see that as part of the library. And we've seen flow-on effects from that in terms of engagement in that space, but I don't have exact numbers.
The library had its cutters, laser cutters, what do you call those machines? Have you now amalgamated all that?
They're all in the same space and are used cooperatively, so they use some of our equipment, but then we will also use their equipment as well, and we need to make sure obviously people are trained on the various pieces.
So like Paul, who was leading that, is he integral to all that still happening?
Yeah, absolutely.
That makes a difference.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded on the 20,000 for years 1 to 3. So I'll put that motion and see where that goes. All those, and we'll raise our right hand. All those in favour, please raise your right hand. Okay, against, motion is carried. Okay, moving on now to the Wellington Free Ambulance, years 1, 2, 3. They're looking for an increase based on $1 per person. The budget previously, what was it previously?
We've always paid.
Just a population.
So some other places pay 50 cents and some other places.
I thought I read somewhere that we were only paying 90%.
80 cents, I think.
Okay, 80, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay then, so the Wellington Free Ambulances there, they do provide the service to us over here. It is by, they have to fundraise, they do get some government funding, they get ACC funding, but yeah, we're thinking around the recommendation, please. Is there anybody prepared to move?
I'll move it. Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, moved by Councillor Gear and seconded by Councillor Holmes.
Like preeminence or something.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion around it? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Opposed Tim as well.
You're thinking so I like this.
I'm in favour of anything else.
Against, motion is carried. Getting a bit cosy, you two.
Yeah, far out.
Washington, next morning.
Okay. We are being recorded. It's just reminded me. Okay, moving on now, please, to Digital Seniors. They have requested $25,000, a minimum funding for years 1 to 3, to engage a part-time salary role for recruitment, training and support of volunteers to meet growing demand. We have the most seniors per capita in New Zealand. There's quite a few of us sitting around this table. So,
What was our previous funding for them, please?
I can't remember. Do you remember, Coral or Aaron?
No, I think
We
we
have given
need
them
our amazing D at this moment to tell us off the top of our head. Digital seniors.
I think we might have given them 2.5 or 5.
Yeah, I'll see.
He can't read.
Gordon and I would do.
They gave them 3,500 in 2020-21.
Thank you, Fraser. 3,500 previous.
I'd be happy to move 15,000.
I'll support that.
Okay. You happy to second that?
Yeah, on the basis they should be, and is it, how can we put it in that we're the funder of last resort? Because I don't know if they can get corporate funding for this stuff.
The other thing too is that I know one other
And also they're doing banking programs, weren't they, aligning themselves to Westpac or ANZ or holding sessions at the banks and getting them paid for, but they're teaching.
I'm also aware that there's another fund that has given a contribution to that.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, sorry guys, we've got a few conversations going here. What was that
I'm
phrase?
aware that another funder has made a recommendation to support them as well.
Okay. So, it's been moved and seconded that the allocation funding grant to digital seniors be 15,000, and that is year 1 to 3. It's been moved and seconded. If there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion is carried.
Can I just ask, do Sydney need not make any application?
No.
I think they applied at the Wellbeing.
Moving on now to Tiafina, Cameron Community Hub. The seeking funding of 20,000 for years 1 to 3 for our coordinator. It's 20,000 and that is based on historical. So is there, moved by Councillor Nixon, seconded by Councillor Nelson, my goodness, okay.
Good organisation.
Nixon and Nelson, okay. Is there any discussion around this allocation?
I just believe that, yeah, if we could have increased that, we would have actually said so, because they do so much good in the community, and being an outreach, hub as well for whānau there, yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, okay. That's what they sought in their application, is the 20,000, and I totally agree, Tito, they do a great job. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion on it?
So could we increase that? You have to do another, we have to vote that one down and put a motion through.
It's not for you or anyone else, though, is it?
No, and they're eligible for a lot of external funding if they've got.
Yeah, no, but this is what they've asked for, but in my opinion, it's quite conservative for their approach, considering what they do within the community, and it's not just the east side, they reach out to as well, so.
It's also a considerable increase in what we've given in the past.
No, I think it is based on.
It's historic.
And if we go 20,000, I think that gives them a little bit of security. And
absolutely. This is a 3-year funding model. I take the point that Tito raises, and it's something that we might like a discussion with them further with our other funding streams. If there is a specific project or something that they may want to run, that they can come in through our community wellbeing grants and funding stream for that. And I think we can have a conversation with them around that, to encourage it.
Well, not every community has a donor, so I'd like to see some sort of form of capacity building or capability and succession for somebody to be alongside here in the community.
Okay, so Kate's just said the community development piece is another area we can look at, so totally support what you're saying. It's been moved and seconded. If there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, motion is carried. Moving on now to the next item, Cobblestones Museum, and Councillor Kia has noted his conflict as a council representative on that. They are seeking funding of 3,500 for years 1 to 3, which is 1,000 above what we have given them in their prior year's funding, and it is a 3-year funding stream. The recommendation is 3,500. If somebody, you'll move?
Yeah. Moved
by Councillor Nixon, seconded by Councillor Mailman. Is there any discussion around this? There is not. It's been moved and seconded. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Moving on to the last item, which is Pacifica Wairarapa. They're seeking funding of 40,000 over 3 years. So that's 13,333 per year. And this is work, and I think Luca Tanoa spoke through our hearings process on this.
The new, I think, said somewhere the other day that it's not just Pacifica though, is it, that they are supported?
They've broadened these to include the Philippines as well, so it's the Pacific Islands and Filipino community. That's my understanding, Chris.
I'm just going to say, that may be another conflict, but I believe I'm a trustee, but I've never
That's
met.
right.
I thought you were going to say you're Asian.
Okay, we will note your conflict. We'll note Councillor.
It's never been sort of officially written.
No, I accept that. So, Okay, so note that conflict, it's 40,000 over 3 years, 13,000 per year. Somebody prepared to move that. Moved by Councillor Ryan, seconded by Councillor Gabell. Is there any discussion around this? There is not. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion is carried.
So I'm on English week this week, and there's a Pacific night at the same week you said tonight.
Oh, thank you.
That's a lot.
It's on my TikTok.
We'll just finish this bit. We received, so we still need to do on page 230. We've individually gone through all the allocations under point 2. So if I can have something move that we receive the information.
Can I just, sorry, because the figures have changed, point 7 changes. So we need to run the figures to see what the additional money is required.
Okay,
So
we'll leave that and we'll come back to it after our break. You're okay with that? So I'll adjourn the meeting now. How long were you wanting for lunch, Councillor Dixon? Did you see?
No, I didn't like this morning, I was at the 12. Cut the sandwich to go.
So we've still got, if I look down the list, we've got other topics, fees and charges, financial impacts, the commissioner and that. So
We have to do the town centre.
and we have to do the town centre. So how about we come back at 2 o'clock? It still means that it could take us through to 5, depending how quick we are. So I'll adjourn till 2 p.m. Thank you very much, everybody. And unfortunately, we haven't got page 230, and we made the resolutions around the funding allocations, and staff over the lunch break have reworked the figure that's on page 231. 231 notes that grants approved above are requiring an additional $31,057. An extra $2,500 of rates funding after the adjustments above. But noting that above it also reduces the provision for contestable community grants, it still stays the same, 90 to 80,000. And events grants from 90 to 80, Corin?
That is correct.
Okay. So with that change then the recommendation is that we need to receive the report. We note the funding above item number 3. Notes the funding above will be designated for the purposes that is described in the applications. Declines the request for funding for the New Zealand Memorial Museum Trust. We've done those two. So it's just number 1, number 3, and number 6 and 7. So is there somebody that would like to move that? Moved by Councillor Hines, seconded by Councillor Malman. Is there any further discussions on that item?
I'm not quite sure that I understood what the explanation for number 6 was. Why are those two being reduced by 2,000?
I think that was given in the report because we made these applications in 3 years in funding grants. Is that right, Colin?
Yes, that's right. So it's to reflect the fact that we're increasing funding through this mechanism, and so making an adjustment in the wellbeings and events and the contestable to offset that, because some of the applicants in this space have historically applied in those other areas.
Okay,
Just a point of clarification. I voted against 2 or 3 of these things. Now we're being asked to approve and allocate the funding as follows. Am I meant to now say what I didn't go for?
No, because we moved to second.
I don't want to approve all these as a blanket because I don't agree with it.
No, but you've already done them. We've moved and seconded every one of those funding.
Oh, so that's not part of this, what you're doing.
No, that's why it's only the 1, 2, where am I now?
Yeah, no, that's one.
1, 3, 6 and 7 that we're approving now. Okay, if there's no further discussion, seconded. I'll put the motion on those 4 items. 3 items, 1 to 4. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, motion is carried. So moving on now to item number 12 on the agenda, the long-term plan deliberations, other topics. So we have the recommendations there in front on page 245. And we're noting the staff responses to the submissions, and we will go through these as they are ordered in the paper, and I'll most probably take the recommendations as we go. So I'm just getting up to page. Okay, so moving on to the report. Is there any actual questions from the report? Councillor Johnson.
Page 249, there are two recommendations with regards to water storage. I just wouldn't mind staff explaining the reason why they're going with recommendation 3 rather than recommendation 2.
I think they're both recommendations, 2 and 3.
Yes, but in the actual
MOU.
summary, it only mentions the MOU.
Sorry, the summary.
The summary is on page 245, and this relates to point 3.
You're most welcome to include it if you wish, but this is just what we're doing. So we don't need a specific recommendation to do what was proposed. That was what was in your plan. So we're still continuing to invest in our own water storage as part of the infrastructure strategy, and the next part is the bit that enables us to enter into the MOU that was suggested by Wairarapa Water Limited in their submission to establish the preferred approach. So once we have the preferred option at the end of that, we can then make a decision.
My only question is that wouldn't an MOU be dependent on the outcome of the consent process?
No, the MOU is attached, I think. So as you will see in the MOU, it explains that it's about working together to understand the needs, the viability, and there's two parts to it. So at the beginning, it's about exchanging information, being free with our information flows and understanding both where Water Wairarapa Limited gets to as well as our own optionality.
So I think for clarity, recommendation 2 on page 245, it just says continue plans to invest in water MDC water storage. Might make it a bit more meaningful.
So why would you go to MOU with Wairarapa Water? It seems to contradict or opposed to the Kaituna scheme.
No. Sorry?
Does it not? I mean, I read it was one or the other. That was the general gist of the So if the dam, so if the dam goes ahead, then would there be any point in having that water scheme in Kaituna, the 40 days of storage?
So what we're doing is we're saying it probably would be more economic and efficient to invest in a water storage dam than go ahead and build our own extra storage, if that proceeds.
So isn't it a name where you're working up to with you deciding about it? So there's a whole lot of information that goes in.
So we haven't got detailed design on our own water storage option. We've got I'm going to call it a provisional sum, and until you've worked all that through, but also we haven't got a viable scheme to change our mind to either at this particular point. So this is just about preserving options for the future and working with the company.
So this is no way an endorsement of the ban from the council.
No.
So recommendation 2 is continuing plans to invest for water storage, making a final decision regarding that. This is for our own urban water supply. And the recommendation 3 is entering into the MOU to establish a way forward, and that MOU is on page 277 to 280, and I think what's important to note here is on page 279, when it talks about, in line with the shared principle, the parties agreed to facilitate progress towards identifying a preferred way forward for a municipal water supply. That identifies a range of options to deliver MDC's water supply levels of service and shortlists these options to a preferred way forward, and that does not exclusively include or preclude the Wairarapa Community Water Storage Project. So I think that's the clarity that we need. We are not signing up today to the Wairarapa Community Water Scheme. We're saying we're going to work together and through this process.
And there's a further piece, sorry if I can just clarify too, which has been drafted, which says this is not a legally binding agreement. We all reserve our own rights to do what we need to do, one as council as the current supplier of potable water, but also as a regulator as well, because there's consents and things that would be involved.
Can I just ask one more question on some please? And obviously there's a possibility that, our assets may change hands in the future. So does that, we've still got all the wriggle room that we want? That's basically the question.
We don't know what the water reforms are. There is a...
This isn't a wriggle room thing, this is a non-binding, in principle, we wish to work with you to just understand what a best option might be for potable supply.
Yeah, this one for clarification.
Yeah, it's got that.
Just to clarify, I have to say I'm really mystified by this, why it's suddenly so important for WWL. I mean, isn't this the way what we've been doing, implicitly or explicitly for however long? We've put up $1 million or contributed to $1 million of support. It's exactly what we have been doing, and I can't see why this alters the scheme of things so much. And how you can have, recommendation 2 and recommendation 3 seem to be one seems to contradict the other. I mean, I can't. What does the word preferred mean? What does the word preferred mean? And also, I'd just like some explanation on page 278 why if not explored as a formal option within this next 6 months, the option will lapse. What option lapses? What's the significance of that?
Okay, I'm happy to explain the 6 month piece. So the company obviously has some Crown funding to progress a water storage scheme, and it's basically saying best endeavours to meet the milestones of that Crown funding, and we'll work together for the next 6 months and see where we're at. Obviously we can go longer, but it's basically saying if sufficient progress hasn't been made in the next 6 months, we have the option just to say thank you, this is not the scheme for us, or whatever. So that's the answer to the second bit. The first bit?
Sorry.
You want clarity on the first bit? We absolutely have. So this is about the company has asked for us to sign an MOU, and they did it in the hearing, and it's I guess a tangible commitment that we can always say we've been working together, but actually this documents that we have been, and we are going to continue to.
So what's the meaning of the word preferred?
In which piece?
Well, it's all over the place.
Talks about enter into the MOU with Wairarapa Water Limited to establish a preferred way forward for a municipal.
Yeah, so for our ability to store enough water and continuously provide potable water to our communities, we need to have a solution that augments our storage. So it could be our own solution, or it could be one in tandem with the company as part of the dam. So we don't actually know quite yet which it is, because we don't have a consented scheme.
So the preference is not for the Wakamoko scheme at all?
And
The preference is just for a water storage scheme of some kind?
So we've got our own water storage, and in our infrastructure strategy...
At the moment, that is our preferred option?
Yes. But this is saying that there may well be a better option out there in the future.
Why doesn't it say that instead of saying, words to the effect that you will explore all options, including the and not use that word preferred? I mean,
I think it says that.
We could say the way forward if that helped you.
Just to say way forward for a municipal water supply.
And
I think the MOU makes that quite clear anyway.
And my other thing, in the water resilience strategy, which we don't even get a briefing. The public don't even get a briefing on it tomorrow night. And we haven't had a formal discussion around it. But one of the recommendations in there is that it is a recommendation without specifying what other Howard has been great pains to see as being not part of the water resilience strategy, different but the same. There is, sorry, I just lost my train. Sorry, I've just lost my...
I'll come back.
Please come back.
I guess with the permission of Rick, we could just put brackets around the preferred and the resolution at the moment so that we don't lose that one as a...
So that's number 3. Brackets around preferred. I'll go to Councillor Bell and then
I'm sorry.
You can rethink of what you were thinking about.
We're just interested on page 260 on the removal of playground equipment.
Can we, sorry Councillor Bell, can we do the water because we're going to go through?
I thought we were taking any questions on the...
I think if we go through, sorry, I might have wasn't clear on that. So we go to number 1, which is water, wastewater and sewer. Yeah.
I'm okay now.
Yeah.
Just on that survey on page 284, so that is, I feel that that's just putting in the mind of the community that the dam is the way forward. If you're walking into it, question 1, 2, you're sucked into answering the dam is the way. So thinking of 1, 2, clearly, places the emphasis on the fact there's a water source in the Wairarapa. Then thinking about the next 10 years, how worried about you, about the supply of water for business, farmers and residents. So you've got that, finish. And then after that, you've got one of the solutions, bring explored is building a water reservoir in the hills northeast of Wellington. Do you support water storage as one way of securing water for the region? And to me, that's really putting in the mind of the community that is the way. And I would have had the question there. There are another option. There's a council option as well as the 40 days of storage.
Sorry, this isn't our survey. This is
just let him finish it.
Where's the survey in here?
So it was just put in for context around the MOU.
They mentioned it at the hearing.
It's not our survey.
Yeah, so the company mentioned that they had the results and they supplied them after the hearing. So we've just put them in because that's information that's available.
Your points are noted,
Yeah.
absolutely, Tim, but it's not our survey, and they did speak on it at our deliberations, at our hearings. Okay.
I'm all right now. I apologise for that brain fade.
I'll go to Councillor Peterson, then I'll go to Tito.
So I'm really just saying that water resilience strategy, among the recommendations, or although it didn't mention the specific, Wakamaka specifically, it did say clearly that that any grey water storage project should be assessed in light of the recommendations of the Water Resilience Strategy. We haven't discussed that document in full, and we haven't established the priorities. Remembering that in that document, in order of the priorities, the grey water storage was number 3 or 4. The nature-based solutions were emphasised as being the most beneficial over the long term. There is, I admit, the whole question of urgency and how you might implement the nature-based solutions, but that's a separate issue. But what I'm saying is that we've got the cart before the horse if we make any decisions about the Wakamaka before we have discussed in full that water resilience strategy.
Okay, so through this process, I just want to bring to light a few facts, really, in my head, and it is Aunty Tāne's position, and we do inform on these consents as well. And we have still yet to reach an agreement around our cultural impact assessment. So we can't even make a decision on whether or not to support this project as an iwi without doing that assessment adequately. And, right now, I just feel like we're actually setting our mokopuna up. Let's invest $1 million, and then down the line, they'll be ratepayers that'll have to foot the bill because commercial industry will not be able to afford the water itself. I mean, it's literally, look at the economics here, and I mean, Māori tikanga and our Māori Indigenous solutions are being balanced out by economic benefit, and I have a real issue with it, and this is why I don't really support this MOU as an iwi, because we haven't had our due diligence, well, even the relationship with Water Limited. And then I look at this MOU and I see the preferred way forward, which is actually led by, it actually sways totally towards a dam without actually looking at these other solutions there. Council, put that $1 million into the infrastructure budget to fix our pipes, to lessen the leaks and make it right. You'll find it, and then educate whānau people on their water usage. I'm just saying, if you're looking at urban potable water, it needs to be, there are other solutions. I just find, and then actually saying that there's an urban water crisis, there's ways to mitigate this. And I feel really passionate about this because we as an iwi have been doing this and been in discussions and looking at other ways, to find solutions. Fix our pipes. I know the water metering project is being rolled out, but put the investment there so that we can then educate our residents and our ratepayers on how to use the water better. And also, look at new builds, produced water storage. Actually encouraging on-farm water storage themselves. This is, I just feel very strongly, and then I'm also looking at our kura, our whānau, who are also needing a voice, and they haven't had an opportunity, and they are ratepayers too, here. I just feel that there hasn't been enough, I'm with Chris on this, there has not been enough done. And if you're talking about those pop-ups, the survey itself is, it's misleading in a way that it's leading straight towards the dam storage project, and it's not actually giving other options if you go. Now, the water resilience strategy, although that's coming out, Aunty Tāne was never, we've got a position statement on that. We haven't informed fully on that because there were some issues, and also when it comes to infrastructure outcomes, Water Limited only looks at that. That doesn't sit with our tikanga and our values as an iwi. There's something here that really does worry me, is that in each case with Ruatani Whā and Waimea, have we not learnt from those lessons? I really do think there are other solutions, and if there's the investment that goes into our pipes, it goes into our infrastructure and education. And that's the way I feel about this. I do not support this, and it is with the backing of my iwi, and I think you've already got that position. And we will be looking at other steps to take action. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Tino. Tina? And then Councillor.
I suppose I see it from a different view, and I always will. This survey has been done by Wairarapa to give them a feel for the support for what they're trying to do, which is a storage dam. The second thing is signing up to an MOU, and the way that I see it written, is just giving us options, and we need those options. And the third thing that I remember very clearly from the presentation we had on the water strategy from Dame Margaret and Jeff Henley was that to make this valley water resilient, every option in the water resilience strategy had to be enacted, and that includes a water storage option. So from that perspective, we have to look at all options. Some of them may not be as palatable. And even the Resource Management Act is probably going to help in that regard, because it goes from effects to outcomes, I think, isn't it, Kath? Which means that, at the end of the day, if we're trying to get water resilience in the valley, we may have to make some compromises around what our outcomes are. So I don't think this locks us into anything. All it does is give us a gateway to work with Water Wairarapa so that we can have more information to make better informed decisions about what's our best options.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
The only thing I'd say is on those 2 bullet points.
What page?
On that page 2, 4 and 5. 2, 4, 5. Bullet point 2 says, continue to invest in water, making a final decision how this is achieved once the outcome of the dam project concept process is known. Now we're going to know the outcome of the concept process later this year. We're already in June. So I wonder whether bullet point 2 is actually enough. We're still going to be working and looking at all water resilience, water storage, water strategy options, because as we know we've got the water resilience strategy. By just adopting bullet point 2 and not bullet point 3, we're still there for everybody whilst we're awaiting a decision. And we're still working with all partners with regards to what's the best way forward with regards to water storage and resilience. That's where I sit.
Okay, Councillor Grant. Councillor O'Connor, did you?
I'm round with Tina really, because it's keeping our options open, and as far as fixing infrastructure, I'm completely with you.
Can you speak up, Grant?
No one supported infrastructure more than I have since I've been on council. But it doesn't matter, you can fix it up to the best system in the world, you still need 200 litres per day per person plus industry. So, and we're not in a communist state, so we can't shut the gates and say no one's allowed to move here. So one hand we're saying we want growth and we've got growth in that. So where do we really sit if we wind up in 15 years time with 40,000 people? Because you still need 200 litres per person, So I think you're supporting our own storage, aren't you?
Yeah.
And that, but just infrastructure alone won't fix the problem.
I mean, the easiest demand for water for Masterton per capita is 75% higher than water use in Wellington. This actually indicates to me we need a better educational rollout program.
Yeah, we've got, and you touched on it with water storage on site, on house sites too. We've talked about this. I mean, in Auckland, if there's a lot of people packed in apartments, they can only run the washing machine and do the dishwasher. And a lot of our potable water, which got completely greased, completely wasted on gardens and lawns. So we're 75% higher, but it's always a bit of a balance when you start looking at this.
But you could be looking at the whole anyway. If the seismic report has anything to do with it, we could be setting ourselves up. We are prone for earthquakes. There are going to be leaks, and I am very concerned about that and the impacts downstream even further through the Wairarapa.
Yep, I mean personally I support both going in at this stage, because it doesn't commit us to anything. It keeps our options open.
So I
don't see anything more dangerous than just keeping our options open.
Okay, is there anybody else that hasn't spoken or wants to speak, and then I'll come back to you?
I think it's important that we keep both options open, and you can be concerned about all sorts of things. Like, I just think you have your right to say what you're thinking, and we are fixing the infrastructure in town, but I can't stress enough how important it is to have both of these in the system now. Because, you know, the memorandum of understanding is just highlighting to everybody that we're still in conversation. That's all it is. So I completely support the both.
Anybody else?
Well, as I said, the MOU is a signal that we're working together.
Exactly.
And I'm not sure what we're hearing here. It's a non-binding MOU, and it's terminated in 12 months. And the purpose of it is to get information and share that information. So I'm going to support it.
Council,
What about the water limits? We'll still support, there'll still be consultation and discussion between the council and one another. Water limits that goes into MOU. There would be if it was only MOU.
Yeah.
I just can't see what.
Yeah, I think it's necessary that the Warwick Water Limited are going through consenting processes. So they just want to signal that they're working with us, and we're willing to work with them. It's not binding us to anything, but it's saying, hey, we're willing to work with us. At the end of the day, if that doesn't work out for us after consenting and what have you goes through, we just say we're not there. So this is not, we're not...
Isn't it part of our transparency to our ratepayers? That's how I see it. We're being upfront about we are in discussion.
Yep. So that's why I've got the draft MOU in the agenda, so that everybody can see exactly what it says, which is we wish to work together to get the best outcome. And whatever that looks like, we will, as a council, or maybe a future entity, will make that decision.
Just picking up on the water resilience strategy, there are lots of ways in there, and it's not necessarily grey infrastructure. There's a lot about green infrastructure in there. And it would be the same if it was somebody was doing green infrastructure and if there was a benefit to our ratepayers for something that was in green infrastructure, then why wouldn't we enter into an MOU to say, hey, we want to work with you, and so to me it's not a hard and fast rule and ticking off that.
Why don't we just say that we'll continue working with you, and we have, as we have been, and cut that word preferred out.
Well, I think we can cut the word preferred out. If that becomes contentious, I think that we can say establish a way forward for a municipal water supply.
Just to sort of challenge also on page 279, 511, where it suggests that our measure of this project, of the benefit of this project, will be on cost, the whole of life cost. And I think the water scheme may be cheaper, but I think there are other measures to come in. It's interesting that Treasury had in the last budget, they identified some projects where for the first time in the cost-benefit analysis it will include the shadow cost of carbon, and that has not been discussed at all in the whole resilience strategy.
I just think 5.1.2 covers that other option that mitigates MDC's risk of consenting, future demand, procurement, funding, affordability, management and operation for current and future generations. So I think that expands on that, Chris. It's not just about the costs. And then what isn't really important is the final bullet point, that does not exclusively include or preclude.
Well, that's what we all seem to be saying, that the word preferred. I mean, why are we doing this if that's the case?
I'll go to Bex and then I'll...
The problem with agreements is their perception is reality. And so whilst we can read through the fine print here, and I'm not saying I'm for or against the dam, I'm not taking a position on this, but by signing an MOU, you are signalling to the people that are vehemently opposed to the dam that Masterton District Council is supporting the project. Doesn't matter what the fine print says, that's the inference that you portray.
100% agree.
And so, as I said, and I want to state it, personally I'm open-minded about this, but you are actually, by inference, giving a position. And that's the perception. Whereas I totally and wholeheartedly agree with talking to everybody, continuing plans to invest in water storage, looking for the best outcomes, which will be numerous, as Tero's said, as the Water Resilience Strategy says. The door is open, and the door will continue to be open.
So, actually the door won't continue to be open, is the key point. You will recall when we did the presentation to all of you about why Wairarapa Water Limited, sorry if I got that around the wrong way, we're looking to enter into a memorandum of understanding with us in the first place. And it was to give a bit of certainty to the government funders. We're not the only ones being asked to enter into it. Carterton's going to sign up and South Wairarapa are going to sign up as well. And one of the key points is that our municipal supply and our storage will be something that will be very important to both the dam and also to our community in the future, because we have to build extra storage anyway. So it's not as simple as just saying, I think it's more about how we portray this as a memorandum of understanding between us to work together to find the best solution. And without the memorandum of understanding, we have been told that it is unlikely that this option will be available in the future. Now, we don't have to believe that, but I do, because of the fact that they came here and they said that, and we understand the consenting pathway is reasonably difficult, and we also understand that there is funding milestones that need to be met in order to keep this option on the table. And that, that was exactly what Water Wairarapa said to us both, well, in this very room when they did the hearing, but I also understand in each of the updates that they've given and in the one that I gave you all about why the request for a memorandum of understanding was even being put forward. So, it is your decision whether you enter into a memorandum of understanding. The staff have put that request to you. We have had it checked, and we know it to not be legally binding, and it is an understanding. If we say it's an understanding, it is an understanding, and it is not an agreement. That is specifically what it says it is not. And that will be what you choose in terms of your messaging around your final decision.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Councillor Hare?
Yeah, look, it clearly states, go to page 279, 513, this does not exclusively include or preclude. And termination is 30 days written notice, and this will parties will all but one decide to terminate. This does not bind us to anything other than a commitment to work together, so I'm happy for it to proceed.
Can you just say that again? You started by saying it clearly states. What did you say?
It's 5.1.3.
Well, that's not clear. That's a clause inside an MOU, but most people are never going to go there and see that. Joe Public's not going to see that. I'm with Bex. I think someone will see an MOU and will be a feeling that we're working with Wairarapa Water and the way forward, the best way forward is the dam. And again, I'm not against the dam. I don't have any preference either way.
And I'm not.
And I know you're not participating to this, but I feel that inference will be that we are being way towards that we do anyway.
So I think that highlights is the messaging that we put out about us is exactly as been highlighted before. It's not a binding agreement. It is just an acknowledgement that we work together, and it's, which is what we're saying. It's not we cannot not support something because we're worried about how it might be perceived by the public. I think that's a valid argument, but we just got to ensure that the messaging is accurate and out there that this is what this means.
I do agree with that read the thread though should come out throughout the document and also throughout the document as well.
Not too sure how we do that.
So I think let's take it out of let's take it out of the recommendation and if you resolve it, we'll certainly work with Wairarapa Water and all of the other parties as to whether this word needs to remain. I do think though that ultimately at the end of the day, whoever makes the decision will be making the decision in accordance with a preferred option. You wouldn't be making a decision to support a suboptimal option. So if you understand, I mean, meaning here it's to your point, Chris, that we're working to find the way forward. Yeah. And that could just be in this part.
So it would be number 3 would be enter into MOU with Wairarapa Water Limited to establish a way forward for a municipal water supply to MDC. Excuse me. So is there any further discussion?
Is it a requirement of the EGF funding that they need to be able to show community support, and do they need explicitly council support?
Yes, no, but there is co-funding that has been given, and community support, as I understand it, there actually were bigger tests that the company needed to meet at all steps of the way, which were around, the environmental impacts and all of those things. So they've got a staged process, and they can't go past one milestone until they complete it. Yeah, we're not in the realm yet of a consent application.
Okay, so there's no further comments.
Then for clause 3, I would like to add that this in no way indicates that the preference will be for
Sorry, 3 on
page 245. Enter MOU with Wairarapa Water Limited to establish a preferred way forward.
A way forward.
A way forward for a municipal water supply for the Masterton district. This in no way indicates that this will necessarily be like a work out of that.
But if you notice it says see attachment 1, and attachment 1 is the MOU that purely states that, as Brent has just read out to you, 5.1.3 of the document.
Well, it wouldn't hurt to put that clause right there.
To be fair, no,
I'll read that, in the MOU.
I think we just have to ensure that the messaging is that, as we've discussed, I think it's this council along with the other 2 Wairarapa councils have been funding the investigations into water storage for, I don't know, how many years, Chris? A long time.
Since the drought in 79.
Yeah, so this is...
We're not rushing into it.
We're not rushing into it.
We've been there before that too.
Yeah, so this is just a way forward, and we can spend a lot of time crossing out words, adding in words. The intent is the MOU, and that details that quite clear, well in my view quite clearly in there what what we're signing up to in a non-binding agreement. So
can I suggest then that maybe if this proceeds, that council initiates a press release, which actually says, because I can imagine the headline, Masterton District Council signs MOU with.
Yeah. So, can I give a little voice on that? I would suggest that after this, it will be that you've just agreed to enter into an MOU to find the best option for us, the district, for municipal supply. And I'm very sure that the company would be very happy for us to make a statement.
Because we've talked about being more proactive with our good news stories, and I think this would provide an opportunity to be clear about
the why.
The why.
Yeah. Okay, so
why? W-A-I.
I'm just thinking in terms of all the things that'll be announced today, that'll be lost in the wait on, is it a turn or is it the revamp of the city centre? You know, I do think that we need to communicate clearly, but I'm not too sure that straight after this meeting is going to be our clearest communication.
Maybe with the water one we drip feed it.
Some people like a seat to put it.
Taking your point, Brad, then that's when people will start to think it's a bit sneaky, getting this MOU through perhaps. I would just, these are the big things that happen.
You've made a lot of inferences today, and a whole range of that could be by better education. And so, you know, that's all that we should be saying about that. I mean, you know, at one point you want to read deeper, and another point you're saying, yeah, the surface people, they'll take what's on the surface. So, I mean, it's really hard to follow your logic.
What do you mean? Can you say that again?
So previously, in answering to Brett Gear, you said, here's what's being said. You read deeper into the process. Previous to that, you're saying only read the headings. I'm really struggling about whether I read the headings or I read deeper, just given your what you've said in this section.
Let me respond to that. My point was, read deeper to find that piece of information. Most people aren't going to read deeper to find that piece of information. So I want that deep piece of information put at the top. That's my point.
Yeah, and it's because they're going to read past the heading to that piece that you want to put in. That's, you know, you've already made the argument.
okay, look, I think it's time that there's been some pretty good discussion around that. Tira, I respect your views. You're here to represent your iwi, so you are welcome to bring those views that you have done to this table.
I mean, this is the forum to do this, you know, and I understand. I mean, everybody I respect around the table, everybody has different viewpoints, but you know, this is where it stays. I'll still share a coffee with you. It's really, I think it's really important that I'm only coming from a point of view, because like for many, many years, we've been looking at these solutions too. And being a part of discussions, you know, along with the regional council, to try and find other solutions, and also provide our science.
Yes.
And that's something that, you know, does get balanced out by the economics, because everybody's looking at the economic benefits, but I'm always going to look at the generational impacts years down the line. And for me personally, I can see my mokopuna having to foot the bill for a storage project that actually commercial industry will not be able to afford. And that, you know, for the percentage of take from this water storage, and there's only a small percentage for urban. Now, we really need to be clear about that. It's really, it's small percentage compared to what industry will take from this scheme. And I have a real issue around that and the impacts for future generations. When we say we're stepping up for our mokopuna, I want my mokopuna to say, I stepped up for them.
Yeah.
Because if I can't be that voice right now, they're going to be the ones suffering down the end. And you know what? It's going to go all the way out to Onoke. Whatever, you know, it's going to be the impacts felt throughout the environment. You know, Papa Tuanuku to me, we need to look after her, and we are doing things that I feel are detrimental to her.
Kia ora. Okay, so
We're all concerned
Chris,
about,
I think we're going to, yeah.
we're all concerned about water storage. All we're saying that is that the water resilience strategy puts forward a lot of different options that need to be further discussed, and which includes a grey water storage, a dam, and it may even be this one, but they need to be all evaluated before we have any preference.
Okay, so I recommend.
This is probably...
This is the last
Yes,
speaker.
I'm happy with that. What is it, Brian? This long term is probably more important than building a civic centre. If we don't have some sort of form of storage of water, we'll have no Higgins here, we'll have no J&L, and we'll have very little...
We're discussing water storage, which is a lot different to what...
I'm talking about flow-on effects.
It's a lot different to what our item is. The recommendation 2 and 3 are there with the word removed, preferred out of recommendation 3 on page 249 and on page 245. So is there anybody prepared to move the recommendations 2 and 3? Thank you, Councillor Nixon. Seconder, Councillor Mailman. So it's been Mailman or Holmes, I don't know who it is. Holmes, sorry.
The last say.
He had the last say, we'll give him the second. Moved by Councillor Nixon, seconded by Councillor Holmes. I'm going to put the motion on those 2 recommendations, and if we could raise our right hands, please. All those in favour of the recommendations, please raise your right hand. Okay, against?
I'd like to understand.
Okay, so that's 2, and Councillor Johnson's abstaining.
Actually, I will stay.
Okay.
You've done it.
Okay, so the motion is carried 3. Do you want it? Your recorder? Okay, moving on now to the topic of fluoride is the next one. Advocacy for no fluoride in water, and the recommendation is there. I don't know if there's, as I'm going to these, I'm going to the recommendations, but if there's anything else before that, on page 250 to 51 up to fluoride, and you've got questions or you've got a comment to make on that, please say so. And the Three Waters release is now, the embargo has been lifted, but I don't know whether there's too much more that we can add that we haven't already. I just might ask Bangkok, and not now, or we can bring something forward.
I'm more than happy to do a separate briefing on the information. What it is the high level information across New Zealand, and it is not our council specific stuff, which is the stuff that you really need to understand. So when we have that, we'll give a full briefing.
Okay, so page 251, the recommendation is there that we continue to align council's position on fluoride with the Ministry of Health advice. Noted decisions relating to fluoride may become the responsibility of the Ministry of Health in the future. Therefore, the decisions around that, and that's been noted for a while, and it's quite a difficult one for those that fluoride that don't want to, and quite a few councils have had that overturned in the past, which is why I think local government, the government will look to pass those decisions to be made by the Ministry of Health. In my view, where they belong, it's a health decision. So is there any discussion around it? There isn't. Is there somebody prepared to move the recommendation? Nobody. Okay, well I'll move it. Is there anybody prepared to second it? Councillor Nixon, you prepared to second it? Yep. Okay. There is no further discussion. It's been moved and seconded. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, motion is carried. Moving on now through to 255, which is on the improvements at Riversdale Beach. So the recommendation there is to approve the provision of 30k in year 1 to complete the Riversdale Beach Management Plan incorporating plans for the Southern Reserve, noting that this will inform priority actions for the beach resort. Is there any discussion on that?
Just, would we be making use of jobs for nature that's still there to assist in the plant and cover some costs?
So this is just to do the plan, so any work, we would obviously use any external funding that was available to us to do it, including not just the job piece, but the actual sourcing of plants.
Okay, is there any other comments? Okay, the recommendation is there. Is there to move the motion? Okay, moved by Councillor Gafal, seconded by Councillor Clare. There's no further discussion. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, carried. Moving on through, and please feel free to ask any questions that you may have possibly got. Moving on now to recommendation number 6, which is on page 260, and again this is about the Reserve Management Plan for Kiwi Park, to commence work on it, and also looking to engage on further replacements for Kids Zone Playground. So, Councillor Gafal?
On page 260, the thing that interested me was the very last, when we talked about considerations for the removal of the playground equipment. The sentence that says before any decisions are made regarding plans for Kids Zone Playground, and it says as prepared to and included with part discussion on the previous page. And on that previous page, they talk about things like replacing the existing kids playground, and also there was a submission there, a smaller version of the Margaret Mahi playground in Christchurch. Are our officers saying here that those are actual plans, or are those just something that we're considering? I mean, or are in the air somewhere? I mean, when you say are made regarding plans, it's as if plans have already been made. And I take it that they haven't.
No. I think it was referring to the submission that it was in reference to the submission.
Yeah,
but that's what
we're using the word plans suggests to me that we actually had plans.
No.
We have regarding submissions maybe for the.
Sorry, Councillor Gafal, Coral, just what was that, Coral?
I confirm we have no plans.
So it would be better reading before any decisions are made regarding the submissions for the Kids Zone Playground rather than plans. The plans does.
I don't know where you, sorry, where are you saying that?
Page 260.
260 under considerations. C.
It's a recommendation.
Yeah, if you look at the recommendation, it says approve provision to commence work on the
Yeah, but people are going to read that.
They will also look to engage on future replacements for Kids Zone Playground.
So what's the replacement for? What's that? And tell me
We're looking to engage on future replacements. It's not we're saying we've got a plan for the future, it's saying we're going to engage, and obviously that would be.
Well, my point is, why do we need future replacements? Well, what's wrong?
Why don't you just say future plans for Kids Zone Playground?
Yeah. Or replacement
You know what
equipment.
everyone's going to do.
I think maybe that's on future plans for Kids Zone Playground. Future.
So I'll ask Corinne if she comes to the table, but the point is that the Kids Zone Playground is due for replacement.
So it's not just two.
Yeah, I think the point that I was getting at that one though was we just had the problem with the tractor and the bulldozer and all the publicity. And now we're talking, people see the word future replacements for Kids Zone Playground, they're going to read all sorts of things into that.
So why don't
maybe
we
future
on the
plans.
future?
Future use.
They will also look to engage on future plans for Kids Zone Playground. It's different.
Because it could be development or adding to,
that would be better.
pushing out,
It's just that
stolen.
Is it the equipment? Because it could be engage on future equipment for the Kids Zone Playground.
Doesn't say you're taking it away, doesn't say that so what is the future?
I wouldn't put the word equipment in there, just as a
Shall we just take it out and not do anything? Just put in 30K for the reserve management plan.
Future plan.
I think we'll do that with the plans incorporated. So they will also look to engage on, they will also look to engage on future plans for kids' own playground. Okay, you happy to put that motion in, Councillor Stone? And seconded by Councillor Deere. Okay, with that change from replacements to plans. Okay, all those, no further discussion, all those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Moving on now to recommendation number 7, undertake early engagement on boom mowing in 2023 to inform the level of service review for 34 long-term plan. Any discussion on that? If not, anybody happy to move that?
I'll move it.
Moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Gear. Any discussion?
You're a new tag team, isn't it?
I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Moving on to recommendation number 8 on the golf cart.
I'd like to move that to Western Walk, very happy to see that that's part of the
Okay.
service review.
Thank you. Any seconder for that? Seconded by Deere. All those in favour? There's no further discussion? Yep.
There is a willingness to pay. I mean, we've got 50 of them that are paying to walk their dogs on the showground. So actually, there is a demand and that there is a revenue stream. We're quite happy to have it right at the moment. But what I'm saying is it's not quite true when we say that there is not a willingness to pay because we get them rocking up all the time out of pay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that can be this.
It's been moved and seconded, so thanks for that information, Tina. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, motion is carried. Moving on now to recommendation number 9 on page 263, and that is acknowledge the advice of the Wairarapa Multi-Sport Stadium Trust and adjust the provision for turf renewal to $1 million in year 7. It was to be 1 point something, isn't it? 1.7? 1 point, yeah. Okay, that's been moved by Councillor Holmes, seconded by Councillor Johnson. Any discussion? Right, and then Brent.
Will anybody be reading into the $1.6 million there might also security water storage?
Water soils could be addressed.
Just wondering how deep the conspiracy goes.
Is there a conspiracy going on?
Oh, only the ones you're recruiting to.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any, Councillor Keane, sorry.
I just wonder, being a trust, whether $1 million should be actually a little bit less than that, given the nature and appreciation of the asset. Is $1 million too high, or is the contingency should be something like $700,000?
I can't remember what our original contribution was.
I think it was 800,000.
Was that that much?
I knew it wasn't expensive too.
Okay. Yeah, 750, I thought 450 actually, I can't remember.
The reason I bring it up, Your Worship, is that it's currently being run by a trust, which is fantastic. It's got a chargeable asset there. Whilst the release is given out from us in the District Council, $4 million is still quite high for something that is an earner potential for that trust, and who have different avenues for funding.
Okay. been moved and seconded on the...
I'll make a comment too,
Yeah.
Your Worship. The word I have from the ground on this is that the rugby people, the rugby people are actually turning that average turf back into grass, and that they're actually starting to look at taking action to along those lines. And I just wonder whether somewhere on the line, I don't know whether Richard did that, but they knew I actually got them sourced pretty close to maybe that nobody at the moment, there are virtually no rugby teams using that too.
It's not, remember it's multi-purpose, it wasn't...
At the moment it's only topping.
It wasn't established just for...
No, I agree with that, but what I'm saying, that the rugby has basically gone right away from the team who won't play there because of the condition of the team.
Okay.
And there is a move in some rugby sectors to turn that back into grass.
I think if we can have the recommendation go through, because it's not till year 7, and it's not happening next year, it's the year 7, and there'll be more information to hand about that, Tito.
I always thought that this turf was to encourage international teams to play here. That was the initial thought, and it hasn't happened.
It'll never happen.
Yeah, so, $1 million.
Yeah, it was too good.
So, it was moved by Councillor Holmes, seconded by Councillor Johnson. Yeah. So, is it $1 million, or Councillor Gear has suggested 750, but it's been moved and seconded as $1 million?
I'd like to leave it like that, because what Gary says, it really does concern me, because how come the trust don't know about it, because it's being talked about, might be talked about by a handful of people, but not by a number.
The trust, the trust do know, and that's what they've clarified that they want.
They want,
Yeah, and no, the whole purpose of the trust is around setting itself up to run the turf and to govern it well and to get maximum usage and to provide for its replacement. That's So in effect, we need to provide, and it's always been the backstop funding, it's not the first point of call. They're working really hard to raise what they need. And as was pointed out, the actual renewal is some time away. If they don't need it, they won't be drawing it from us.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded, but so at $1 million, so I'll go with that and let's see where that goes. So all those, I'm going to put the motion, all those that support the motion, please raise your right hand. Yep. Those against? Motion is carried. Okay, moving on now then to recommendation number 10, and that is about early engagement in 2022-23 regarding reduced or free entry for the indoor and outdoor pools in summer to inform the level of service review. And it's undertake early engagement regarding reduced or free entry. So I'm sure there's somebody that would love to move this. Okay, moved by Councillor Ryan, seconded by Councillor Peterson. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion around this? There appears to be not. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, motion is carried. Recommendation number 11, Council explore extended library opening hours and alignment with the move to the new facility is confirmed. That won't be happening for a little while yet. It is a little bit. But anybody prepared to move that? Councillor Ryan's moved and seconded by Councillor Nelson. It's been moved and seconded. If there's any discussion,
I saw that other polls and it was really well used right through the Sunday. It was fantastic and it's a really good place for people going on every single day to Christmas Day up in the road. It's really nice. Provided staff up again, it really nice.
okay, it's been moved and seconded, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. against, carried.
Where was that to?
Moving on now to item number 12, explore the options for after-hours impounding release.
Your worship, I'd love to see that.
Okay,
As long as they're
that's,
prepared to pay for it. No? As long as the person picking the dog at half hours can pay for it, which will be part of the story. No doubt.
okay. I assume that's the case, that there will be an additional fee, because we will explore that as part of our... Okay, explore options, sorry. Okay, but moved by councillor Gabel, seconded by councillor Gear. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Recommendation sum 13, review the existing MOU. We like to realise that was all right.
What's the idea about that?
Yeah, I was just going to say, that's a bad move on my part. Apologies. A review existing memorandum, I thought I was playing, what do you call it, housing? Review existing memorandums of partnership with iwi and develop new memorandum of partnership with post-settlement governance entities in year 1. So, I moved by councillor Gear, seconded councillor, sorry, was that you, Tom?
Yep.
By Nelson. Clark.
I appreciate what's on the pages that we've got to read, but I think there's been some other background work, and I just think that people should be aware of that as well, in terms of the alignment as in the recommendation. If there was any reporting to that, it might be a part of the consideration, so that the wider councillors could understand.
I suppose that is, you've got your Crown relationship with PSGEs, but as I think Joe also has referred to, is that the Luna are the people's voices, and we will continue to work together around this review. In no ways, this is an important relationship that needs to have some definition, and we need to get some clarity and have it here at the table. So, as who we're speaking on behalf of and for what purpose, I would like to see that we have more of an engagement process, albeit with board representation being at council and being able to have the chance to speak. And I know that the public forum is available, but it's contentious at times, because even though myself and Ra are those voices, there's things around the board tables that probably could be discussed. Even in levels of investment, different projects that are coming up, they are things that could possibly be discussed. And when we're talking about a review, I just want to reiterate again that it's sit outside the mighty rules.
Oh, absolutely. That's not. So,
I'm just wondering on that, you know how we have different, like Chris reports to council with regards to the climate change forum, Fraser reports on the sister cities. Is there any reason why we can't have an update from our iwi representatives at the infrastructure meeting?
Should I just suggest that that's in the context of local government? So the committees that people come back from and report from local government committees.
Present, we could have a monthly or 6 week, however often it is, report just on stuff that's happening that's relevant to what we're doing, but you could update us.
Again, they need to be from local government committees.
Part of actually doing the work around what a memorandum of partnership looks like would be to actually start from that principal base about who we are and how we engage with each other and what we engage on and all of that. So we would do, from a council perspective, we would have that conversation about that first, because we also have the forum that's sort of in abeyance as well, which could be reinvigorated for a better purpose, I think, in terms of more sharing and wānangering of the governance level discussions. So once that,
I mean, the area engagement framework that is being developed alongside as well, and I think that will also form some of the, the kaupapa that's here as well. And, whilst that is there, we're not elected members, we're not paid to do this mahi to report back. And I take that needs to be cleared.
I'm happy to do it, but I just want to deepen the example.
Yeah.
So Chris is a part of Sustainable Wairarapa, as am I, but we do not report to this table in terms of Sustainable Wairarapa. But we report back to this table in terms of local government things about climate change. And so they're from two different areas that you're asking to report back. I'd love to report back from a group that has, as a subcommittee in terms of Masterton District Council, that is a part of iwi in terms of speaking. And so there's every right to have that conversation, and they're happy to have it, but that's not what currently exists.
I think working through with respective iwis and the treaty settlement groups, if we have this iwi framework, we can incorporate and embed in that a lot better way to work together moving forward than what we have in the past. And it's a learning curve for a lot of us that sit around the table. So we appreciate and understand the importance of the partnership with iwi, but it's how that translates and we make that work in a meaningful way for not only for iwi but for us as well. So hopefully that iwi framework will help through that process. I'm really keen that we get on it and get that done and have a clear pathway forward. Yeah. So that's been moved. It's been moved and seconded. So many of them I've forgotten. So that's been moved and seconded. And I'll put the motion that all those in favour please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion is carried. So we just need to sneak back to page 245 and do the first one. And I'll move that we note staff responses to submissions and referrals to staff or others for action where appropriate for operational matters and work that is in progress. Is there a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Marlman. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Okay, moving on now to page 286, I think it is, the long-term plan deliberations, fees and charges. Okay, so you've seen this, we've gone through, and the process and the recommendations are there. So we're going to take this as read unless there's a specific question that has come out of here.
I'll move it.
Okay, the recommendations have been moved by Councillor McClymont, seconded by Councillor Marlman.
Thank you. We're trying to get a little team here.
Trying to break up my cartel.
It's been moved and seconded the recommendations on the fees and charges on page 286. Moved and seconded. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Moving on now to page 317, the financial impacts and budgets. Again, this is adopting the budget changes explained within the report, approving the additional budget provision recommended by staff, which is as a water treatment candidate, a cadet candidate, sorry, we'll audition them, and Murray engagement development support, and note the net impact for recommendations contained in this and other deliberations, which means the year one rate increases can be held at 5.5. That may change.
Can we not do that part of it, but if you want to do the other bits, and then we'll go back to the two pieces that we
So, the recommendations 1 and 2, I'm happy to move those. Is there a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor McClellan. Is there any discussion? Mark?
I think some of that discussion that we had previously might be a part of supporting the person who might engage with them.
Absolutely. Yep. Okay.
Because they didn't want the same person.
You mean the treatment cadet and
Still a bad starting
I know.
Okay.
It won't be just water that needs treated.
It's been moved and seconded.
We are still being recorded.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. On page 317, 1 and 2, all those in favour, please say aye. Against, motion is carried. Regarding the net impact.
Should we just leave that couple? Because we should do the voting piece and the council to finish that off.
Okay, so we'll now go on to page 3.
You just said 1, 2 and 3, don't you?
No,
1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Which page are you going on to?
I'm going to go to the adoption of significance and engagement. Then go back to the road. Do you want me to do the road?
No.
Okay. So
we break in this.
Yeah, I think we will have a wee break after this. So the adoption of the significance and engagement policy. So it's there on page 342 that we note it, that it was reviewed. Note the consultation was undertaken on the draft significance and engagement policy and adopts the policy as contained in the statement of proposal as attached. I'm happy to move that. Oh, do you moving it? Oh, Fraser's moving it. Moved by Councillor Mailman, seconded by Councillor McClellan. Okay, all those in favour of the... Is there any discussion? There is no discussion. I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, motion is carried. I'd now like to go to the later item, which was the Commissioner appointments hearing for resource consents, of which there is 2. Now that paper was, Harriet handed that out earlier today. Have everybody had a chance to read it? So I'm going to break for 10 minutes. Those that have read it can grab a quick cup of coffee.
taking into account all of the narrative that you were saying around concerns about when things started. So this is the push out for 3 years.
Yeah.
But there is some work that we're recommending, so we'll get the team to talk through that with you, and then also you had us model another scenario as well.
So given the narrative that we were hearing, and the appetite to explore whether we want to push this out or delay or defer was the word used, what we've proposed there is deferring the major works of the revamp by 3 years. But we did look at the content of it, and we would recommend that some of the landscaping work, which again isn't subsidised, around the northern entrance and Kurupuri roundabout, the work that we have seen sort of scoping for, and also the placemaking provision that we've got in the plan, would be included for the first 3 years. So instead of deferring the entire program, focus on the landscaping and then looking at the CBD, excuse me, and the Kurupuri and the stream. There's a whole number of chunks of aspects of work which you know is outlined in the LDP. We are there, so what we've done is we've modified the resolution to reflect that. If we go down to the bottom area.
She's just here. Okay, what have we got?
And the rest of it's the same. We do need to look at exploring opportunities for capital contributions. That's the same. Keep looking at potential Waka Kotahi subsidies. But the numbers we've got are, and David will explain the impacts of this shortly, but we have assumed that we haven't got that subsidy as in the announcement that came yesterday, well, Monday, sorry. If we scroll down, there's a couple of additional points that we'd like to note that the community expectations for this project have been fueled or continued for a number of years. We have been talking about what we're going to do in the CBD. We are going to announce this will slow this down, so we've got to manage those expectations. I'd like to signal that if we do find external funding available, that we would be open to bringing this forward. The whole program is up for review in the next LTP, so if decisions, if things change, but certainly this LTP is signalling the direction for the CBD, and that's what we're proposing. And I'd like to put my engineer's hat on, just that given that this will increase the risk of having to do emergency maintenance works in the CBD. We believe that there isn't anything extreme highlights, but if you defer stuff, there is risk associated with that, and we're accepting that risk. This road surface looks very good at the moment. Well, it's quite adequate at the moment. It is very low speed and low weight. There's no heavies go down there, but I can't promise you that in 3 years' time we're not going to have to do some emergency patching of that seal. That's just the reality of it. But I also don't want to overestimate that. We do believe that we can safely defer that essential work for a few years, but certainly not any longer. So that's the summary. Anything else?
No, nothing else. I'd just add that having some of the works in the early years enables us to say that we have got some co-funding and we have got a program which enables us then, if we need to pull things forward or match. So we have a program that we can actually take to a potential funder. I'm loath to use the word shovel ready these days, but that's of that ilk.
So, David, can you explain the implications on the bottom line?
The total
project, we've got a total number now of 36.9 million. So it's gone up. The 3 years delay will result in some inflation. The Burl rates of inflation is what I've applied, but inflation is not the only factor when you delay a project. The market conditions when you actually go to market also will factor into how much it will cost in the end. And these numbers are spread over 10 years with an average of $3 and $4 million a year as the program is rolled out. And the components of funding from loans, from NZTA where we have it, from depreciation where we're replacing assets that we have depreciated, and the bulk of the project is loan funded. The impact on rates previously that we consulted on for the full project over the 10 years was a 5.2% increase in rates. I think I'm quoting the right number there. Delaying it 3 years, 3.8% would be the increase in rates over the 10 years cumulative. So those numbers don't sound very big, but on a rating base of 35 million, that's what we're starting at. That's 3.8% on 35 million is quite a big number. There's an additional costs, with a lot of those costs being depreciation and interest and loan repayments. But that's what you're buying. You're buying an upgraded town centre and investing in the community. And the community's paying that 3.8% extra over the 10 years.
And in this, you haven't got any assumed external funding from other sources. So
no.
Obviously the fact that we're going to go chase that, we haven't got an assumed revenue line offsetting any of it at this point.
And how does that compare to the partial scenario 2?
The alternative scenario, delayed 3 years also, produces a 2.2% increase in rates overall. So you're comparing 3.8 to 2.2 over the 10 years.
What's going to look better?
Sorry?
What's going to look better?
The full.
Yeah.
And I think the other thing that is one of the things that we put in the original report was you will get efficiencies and potential savings by being able to do the program of works as opposed to the partial bits. And we had an estimate in there through the procurement strategy that we could look to do some significant savings, which we'd obviously try and do under every potential scenario that you might agree.
Just a bit of clarification, so I'm thinking that 2.2, the partial way, if we went that way, that would be a Band-Aid. We'd have to pay sooner for a proper job done.
No, the partial one does address the maintenance issues, and it does deliver on aspects of that upgrade vision. But there are bits out, the bits that we're not going to do. So it doesn't deliver the full package of program of works that we've outlined in the LTP. That's the reality, and that's at 1% on rates per year will be not delivering everything, but it will save 1% on rates.
But in saying that, you're doing some works year 1, 2 and 3.
Yeah, just those smaller amounts there.
As I said, we are proposing, we're recommending that the landscaping, there was planned to be more work than that, in those first 3 years, but we've looked at it and said, well, this is the stuff we would recommend to actually deliver on.
Which means we're doing stuff so that we would attract subsidies.
But it's certainly, that's the entrance ways. It's not the CBD. Again, we're going to have the same problem. And I will, my engineering hat on, we can't keep deferring the CBD. This will be the last time, otherwise there's going to be problems.
Yeah.
So, is it the Band-Aid? Or is it?
Well, can I put a motion then?
I think, hasn't Gary got one on the table?
Gary was to
defer for 3
defer.
And which means just forget it.
Yeah, we'll go back to it. You go back.
Well, is your motion still on the table?
No, he's just withdrawn it.
I'd like to put a motion to go through option 2, which is a partial revamp, recognising that there's some works put in the start in years 1. Second option.
So that's the alternative partial revamp over 10 years. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Starting now.
With the indicated entrance work in years 1, 2 and 3, whatever you put provision for.
So it's, as I said, this is option 1, deferred by 3 years. You're recommending option 2, the alternative option, deferred by 3 years.
Correct.
So we can adjust that at the 2.2% rate.
So I'd like to put that forward as a motion.
Okay, so, I'll come to it. Is there a seconder for that?
I will second that.
So it's been moved by Beck, seconded by Gary. And question, Tito?
Yeah, I just thought, with the alternative, does that still delay the, for looking at other funding avenues, or does, will that delay looking at other funding? No? Okay.
So just to be clear, this option, Bex and Gary, that you're moving and seconding isn't the alternative option in our document. It is option 2 on here, which is including the provision for landscaping, the northern entrance, the Kurapuni roundabout, increased maintenance for CBD pavements, and placemaking in the first 3 years of the long-term plan.
That's included.
So you're only moving less than $1 million for the next 3 years and nothing beyond?
No, we're going to the partial revamp.
No, that's
what I'm clarifying. Yeah. So that's what we need to be very clear on what.
So can you just go with that again?
Yes. So that's what I'm trying to.
Well, can I just say, that's the full Masterton revamp, option 1. Okay, but it's deferred for 3 years. I'd like to put a motion for the partial Masterton revamp, which is option 2, deferred for 3 years. So everything else is the same as those works in years 1, 2 and 3, but we're not going for the full revamp. We're going for the partial revamp as in the LTP, which doesn't include the eastern and western entrances, and it doesn't include Dixon Street and Bruce.
So we'd have to, so we'd read you out that if I'm right, it would be the 450, 350 and 100, then you'd be going 4.28 million, 3.28 million, 1.17 million, 5.37 million, 4.10, 2.24 and 255 roughly with...
and that's with the rates impact of 2.2%.
A total of 23.892.2-ish.
It's a total of, I think it's around 22,000.
Increase, by postponing it, we're increasing the rates 2.2% over that time.
Other than 3 point something.
Postponing and reducing the scope.
Postponing. But you've still got those small pieces in years 1 to 2.
So, okay.
And is built in for a contingency for a problem in infrastructure that we're not dealing with fast enough.
If we don't defer it any longer, okay.
The year 4 capital provision is the same in both options.
Right, yeah.
So as soon as we start the project, we're doing what needs to be done in Queen Street.
So David, you said if nothing happens in 3 years' time, what were the concerns that you had? Is that just assuming that nothing happens, there's no maintenance, there's no...
We've allowed for some additional pavement maintenance, which we believe is to actually address. Now, I'm not going to promise that it's going to solve all the problems. The solution is to remove those and replace the pavers, but we will try to keep on top of the issues. There is always risk that we have the worst case scenario is a water failure and a fountain on the middle of the road. Wellington water. We don't believe that will happen. The pipe has still got life within it, but I can't guarantee you that it's not going to happen.
My next question, Councillor Nelson's question relates to the fact that you'll only patch over the top of it versus do any other works as well.
Yes, emergency works is around patching.
It still happens. It has to happen.
But the risk of that happening is, the longer you defer renewals,
the increased risk.
I'm just saying we need to acknowledge that we're increasing our risk.
That we're accepting that. That's right. Okay. So,
Just a question to David. Regarding the tree, I'll just use the one outside Copper Kettle, for example. It's lifting up. Where are you going to take the tree out to?
We won't be doing anything.
So our plan has the vision, the long-term plan. Some trees will be removed. We've got some very big ones that have to come out. We were going to replace those with the new development. It's much easier to talk to the public about removing beautiful trees when you've just put in a new one and you've upgraded and you've improved here. So we've had this discussion. We're not sure about exactly how we deal with the pavers. It might need the trees out in the next few years because they are at the point where we need to do something.
I just saw a lady fall over there down there. That's right.
There's a few more falling over the next 3 years.
Yeah. But it's always a challenge to remove healthy trees in the CBD. But they've got some problems, and so yes, we've got some challenges there.
Okay, Councillor McLean.
Well, I still would support one by pushing out, doing the little bits and pieces and pushing out 3 years. Like Cass says, you're still keeping it ticking and alive. And in 3 years' time, we're going to actually know whether the world has ended, or whether we're still growing and things are prospering. And it'll be another council's decision to make a call at that point. But if we kill it now, or go partial now, you're pretty much locked it in. I've been really saying let's wait. I won't be here. But there's a chance to make another call, but keep this alive at the moment because.
So are you going with?
I'm going with one.
Push the alternative.
The alternative in the consultation document?
No.
The one that David's put up there.
Because you get another crack with the Anglican long-term plans to have an adjustment point. But if you actually go partial now, you go two, well, you can still in the next long-term plan, but then you're dragging it all back again.
So you're saying go for full now?
You're confused. I'm going for the full now, the way David explained it.
Yeah.
But for 3 years. And then you can see where Chris is or where we're on it.
Yeah, no, I see. Yeah, you know what concerns.
Because we adjust every 3 years.
Yeah.
I can go along with that as long as the crack you're going to get out of 3 years is a big enough crack that you can say, no, we won't do anything.
Yeah, that's right. If it's gone your way and it's really dire and they're we just live with pothole road because that's how they live in Zimbabwe. And that's how they want to go and live. It doesn't kill the project now.
It's replaced with
And the next council gets a chance to have a look at the next one too.
But as long as that's sort of, there's an opportunity for
Well, if you
a clean slate.
I won't be here.
You've got another LTP then anyway, so.
Yes, that's what I mean, yeah.
Let's not kill it.
So, what's the I think that with Sandy and David, I can see you're trying to
Sorry,
understand.
I'm just lost.
I just think it's
I
easier if
can't-
we photocopy them, so they
I
people
can
can
clearly
see that.
see the cost for option 1 to food. What I haven't worked out is what's the cost for option 2 to food.
Option 2 to food is just over $23 million.
So it's not up.
No.
Oh, that's what I'll be sitting trying to find.
But the body of work isn't going to be at the same level as.
No, I understand that. I was just trying to look at the dollars, like, struggling.
And what Graham is talking about is deferring, that you're doing some work in the first 3 years, taking it out another 10, and that's back to the 37 million up there. That's right, Graham?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you haven't killed it, in 3 years' time, you review your long-term plan.
That's
See
right.
where the state of play
You do your
is.
pavers?
Well, we're not, this doesn't allow us to rip them up, this allows us to do heavy cleaning, and also surface roughening, that's what we're proposing for that money, which is basically money we're just band-aiding pavers.
However, if we get a bit of a sniff from the government around funding,
You could fund any part of the big program.
This allows you to be more nimble
Yes, I think it
Option
does.
1.
going forward.
It allows you to bring works forward if you do get some funding.
And it allows you to push it out
Yeah.
if we go dire
Flexibility.
straits.
So, do we all understand, so there is a motion from Bex and Gary, but Bex and Gary, are you changing your thinking, or are you going to what Graham's suggesting, or you're sticking with what you originally said?
So what Graham's suggesting is just to get it absolutely right, we're deferring the preferred option for 3 years.
Yeah,
Basically.
with the addition of the small, less than $1 million at the front end to show that you've got something happening.
And as Chris said, we would be able to, at the end of that 3 years, to again assess the.
Oh, that's right, that's what Graham said.
Because there's also capacity.
I don't have a problem with that.
So it would be moving backwards. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm happy to change to the preferred option.
Yeah.
Option is recommended here with deferred for the,
Delayed for 3 years, except for that bit of funding to do.
with the recommendations as below.
And am I getting this right, that by including that approach and not saying, well, look, we'll make up our mind in 3 years, we're just leaving ourselves the opportunity of
Yeah, you keep
getting
all
other-
options open.
if there's another pandemic.
The window to do stuff is
Just now.
closing.
But we have to do something.
I'm quite happy for, in the interim, for,
Yeah.
for anything that has to be done, to be done.
That was actually the first option I moved way back. I said do nothing for 3 years.
No, but you,
No.
That's not what we're doing.
that wasn't, was do nothing, full stop, this is, we are doing something.
I'm happy to move it. Gary's
I'm happy with that.
Gary's happy.
What are we doing for the next 3 years? What's this?
The 450, the 350 and the 100.
Include provision for landscaping, northern entrance, Kurapuni, maintenance
So
of
that's small
pavement.
projects that are one-offs, basically.
And I guess it's Queen Street time to settle it down too, to see what it's seriously going to.
In 3 years, you get more idea, and you get more idea if there's more capacity back in the contract.
So, the landscaping, the northern entrance, just to be sure that we're talking about, that is the far off northern entrance, not underneath where the accession.
It is under the Ascension, so doing landscaping under the Ascension and also doing some landscaping where the new pathway is going in on Wapaki Road from Kashmir.
Okay.
Nothing else, so it's not doing any of the planting on Chapel Street that we showed you outside of those businesses. It's not looking at that planted median strip or anything, it's just doing a little bit of soft landscaping under the Ascension and further up. The Kurapuni roundabout is the roundabout and the lead-in traffic islands. You'll be aware that they are empty at the moment, so we need to get on and do that.
Okay.
Excellent.
Is there any unintended consequences we're missing?
It's a good no, that's a good question.
Well, you know that in 3 years' time, it will be more expensive, and you know in 3 and 4 years' time, the inflation amounts are going up because that's in your assumptions, and you know that the cost of everything is going up. But what you're doing is, as I understand it, ensuring that you don't have the civic facility hit at exactly the same time as you've got major works happening, and you are preserving options, we hope, to be able to get some external funding should it become available, and you are at least providing for no significant deterioration in the CBD.
And as I've said, there's the community expectation that we've raised, the risk that we are just keeping, using these assets for a little bit longer while they should be able to do it. But there's also the risk that, I won't say it, but it was about our community. The reason for this whole project was to revitalise our town and to attract and make it more attractive, enhance. We will be deferring that enhancement for 3 years. So those are the consequences of this decision.
But I think not having two big projects all starting at the same time, well, there is uncertainty here. Is probably what people are looking for, right?
And we did have subsidy assurances when we set out on this journey.
We did indeed.
And we don't now, but we do have some breathing space to see if we can secure alternative external funding.
As Graham and I agree, in 3 years' time we'll know better how the global card's going to fall.
Yep.
So can I just say one thing about that? If you plan to do work in year 4, you will be procuring it before year 4.
Yeah, that's really possible.
So you know.
Yeah, but you still.
Just full transparency.
Soon before year 4.
No, would it be a year before for a CBD project? As I said, we'd want a contractor in place by a year before.
I just think that, the critical things around the media are that issue that we need to have subsidies and we don't. That we're setting ourselves up to be attractive for any current or future government funding, that we're not going to stress our finances by doing everything at once, and this gives us more manoeuvrability to take account of whatever sort of circumstances we find ourselves in from an economic perspective.
For better or worse.
Yes, for better or for worse. And I think if you just put out a press release or those are the key messages from my perspective. If we put them out, that gives the public a reasonable understanding of why we're making this decision.
Can I make one suggestion?
Yeah.
And that you retain your commitment.
Yes.
So the revitalisation of the vibrancy.
The first for me is we're retaining, but we've got an out clause.
I was just going to say, it was about the subsidy not being available anymore, not doing everything at once, retaining our commitment, and what was
being
that?
nimble to take account of any sort of global changes or whatever changes that we've got.
But still progressing.
Yeah.
Sorry, just a correction, it's been advised. David has modelled the Waka-Kotahi subsidy in year 4. So that line that we've got deleted, the 3.7 from subsidy, we're talking about our year 5 rate bill, but we are assuming that we have got that subsidy in year 4 for this work. Sorry.
Or some alternative funding.
Or alternative. So it's a mistake to have that underline.
It should be from external sources. Sorry, David.
There's a good chunk of Queen Street that is renewing existing assets. So it's quite legitimate to be expecting NZPA or Waka-Kotahi to be funding their share of that work. The fact that we've lost some of that in the first 3 years doesn't mean to say we shouldn't put it in as an expectation in year 4.
Okay.
Can I just ask one more question?
Of course you
So
can.
agreeing,
Sorry, Brent.
so agreeing to this, we agree to the reduced car parks and everything that was in the plan that's at the issue with us. That's what we're agreeing to.
That we've agreed to in the past, yes.
So that's what we're voting on.
So, yeah. Brent.
Right, my only question's around if external funding became available within that 3 years, the motion will then allow us to
Bring forward.
and finish work.
I think the point is, at least we have it in our plan, in our LTP. It's not, oh, we just thought of this idea, we can bring it forward.
Right, so most of the feedback we got regarding the CBD upgrade in our submissions was car park. And the accessibility and stuff, and I know that we've allowed some more money for a car parking stock take, etc. What concerns me is that we've heard so much about car parking. We know there's 750 car parks in the CBD. There's not 750 at 3 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, or indeed at 9 AM on a Monday potentially. My concern is that we get such big feedback about reducing car parks. If we tick this off, even though we've delayed it for 3 years, we haven't listened to it.
But isn't that what the car parking stock takes for?
But we've done that.
No, we haven't.
No.
No, we're putting in.
No,
but it's investigating further options for car parking as well.
Brent's point's quite clear. So we're essentially saying that we agree with the concept design, but we're just pushing it back 3 years. So the reduced car parks, the parallel parks, all those sorts of things, we're agreeing with, but 3 years down the
I'm not too
That's
sure
what
with
we're
that.
saying.
So, I mean, that's what I think is we, sure, you can leave it there if you think it might encourage some more money, give you more opportunity to get a windfall from central government, but in the long run, we still need an option of doing nothing, or doing only the minimal. And a lot of the submissions said just that, we don't need it, it's all right as it is.
I think one of the points, if I can make about parking, is one of the issues that we've had when people talk about losing car parks in our CBD is we don't have alternative necessarily solutions for them. And I'm hoping this gives us time to look at what the need would be for further car parking along our other routes maybe. So that when we, in 3 years' time, go to look to do the CBD, we won't have that same pushback because we've got alternative parking solutions for people. Because people still need to be able to park somewhere. And if they can't park in the CBD where they may be able to currently, where else can they park? And so it allows us time also to look and investigate that. Okay, so we're all...
Can I just ask then, if we're talking about that strategy with the car park investigation, what year will that happen?
Well, that can happen sooner rather than later.
Because to my mind, we've allocated that money, but we haven't said what year it falls in. So I think that's critical as one of the things that we do.
Year one.
It's currently budgeted in year one.
Okay.
Oh, that's good.
And that's, I guess that's part of the story to tell the public. We've listened to you on the car parking issue.
That's right.
We now make the investment into
looking at alternatives. Okay, so I think Bex and Gary, you're okay with that change?
Yep.
So we're proceeding with the delayed, original delay by 3 years option.
It's the one that's written up there now.
So, just so we're all very clear on what we're...
Full town.
Concept design, so yeah, that's what is being voted on right now. 3 years.
And just for For clarity, one of the clauses there was to look at our alternative procurement options for this. It did say immediately. We probably don't need to be quite so immediate now, but certainly we would like support of the council to look at those procurement options for it. So if the resolution stays, but actually we lose the immediate.
Okay. So, what have we got? So
those are the numbers that add up to the full with the extras.
37 million.
With the small amounts of work in the first 3 years, a car parking strategy and some acknowledgements to around we'll seek extra funding, and you've got the acknowledgement of the risk that you're bearing, but also the commitment to doing something, in a nutshell.
So, and we've taken the word immediately out of the program procurement. Can we go back to the first resolution? The first one that's above that? No. Proceed with the preferred option as detailed.
Yep. So
the long-term plan.
13 years.
Yeah, okay. Over the 13 years, use.
In that case, the number needs to change again. The 34.5 is over 10 years.
So it's 37.8.
37.8 is on the paper you've got.
Yeah.
By pushing it out 3 years, with
you
the full program goes to 13.
37.4.
Over how many years?
13.
8.
And what is the loan funding? Does that change as well, is it?
28.3 is
28.3.
And I think if we leave that as the resolution and take out the depreciation and other funding, we assume that we have to fund the project from other sources that will include Kotahi and other funding.
So resident is from loan funds, depreciation and external sources.
Say that without putting the numbers in.
Yeah. So proceeding with the preferred option as detailed in the LTP document, the full revamp but now over 13 years, funded from loans, depreciation reserve and Kotahi subsidies. Yeah? Okay, and then the second resolution, do we need to do that? Request council officers for it? Yes, we do. And the third one is just taking out the word immediately after construction partner and allocates an additional ATAP.
Yeah, it is the thing that is on the end, that's been moved and seconded.
Okay, it's been moved by Beck, seconded by Gary. No further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Motion is carried. Thank you very much, everybody. Now, where are we up to now?
We just need to go back and make the decision on how much of the rating program we're going to get funded.
Okay. And then that's Thank you, Sophia. I know all the work that you and other staff have put into that revamp. Thank you.
The paper that was tabled for the Masterton revamp at the bottom of that page includes what we've taken out the subsidy in the first 3 years that is applicable to the revamp project. Looked at the total program that we were proposing, taking out the CBD, but leaving everything else in, picking up what we can of NZTA subsidy that they've told us, and working out what the council share will be, and that's 2.26 million less than what we've budgeted for in those 3 years. In the first draft of the budget. So to do the program that we believe we need to do for our assets, not cutting back on any renewals expenditure, we would need to borrow 2.26 million over the 3 years to make up that shortfall of funding.
So originally, the recommendation had been to debt fund the gap in the funding subsidy up to 4.04 million. So I think what David is saying is that we agreed to debt fund the gap up to, and it now becomes 2.26 million.
Because we've just stopped spending 2.23.
Yeah.
Is that right, David? Because we've changed that with the revamp.
Yep. And we will need to adjust the budget amount, but you can leave that to us for the program.
Okay.
So if we can have some.
So the recommendations on there, it's up on the board there, is council agrees to increase the roading footpaths budget to increase 36.
To maintain it, we'll just have that dollar amount out and we'll place that in the.
Yeah, to maintain the level of service as proposed in the consultation and supporting documentation, and council agrees to debt fund the gap funding subsidy up to 2.26 million.
Can they be moved?
Okay, moved by Tina, seconded.
Can we write what a really stern press release that says we hate these?
Seconded by Graham, moved by Tina and Graham.
What was your full fees based
So on page 317, when we adopted the budget changes and the additional budget provision, we'll add this recommendation in there as well. That here, so if I need somebody, we move.
Got a mover and a seconder.
So I will, Tina and Graham. So I'll put, if there's no further discussion, I'll put that motion. All those in favour of the recommendation is there. Please say aye. Aye. Against, motion is carried. The final one on there is note the recommendations about the year's rate increase.
I don't think we can note anything at this point, we'll just have to bring that back to you, don't we?
Yeah,
it'll be very close.
A lot of things changing, but we're indicating that the things that are changing are unlikely to impact on the rates going up or down. The rates increase the need for 5.5% more rates.
Okay. So we're not moving that last third recommendation on page 317.
I'd like you ask whether our finance manager now would recommend that no matter what it is, it's still smooth in the same way it was because we've reduced peaks and troughs.
Yeah. It can be, as long as the council's comfortable with that approach that we took at the in the draft, that we smooth the rates increases across the 10 years. 5.3% is the average over the 10 years. And
it'll be less as a result of, as an average, you see.
Yeah, there are some changes that result from the Kotahi funding and the roading program, and if those ups and downs in there need to be smoothed, then we will action that smoothing.
So the question is, it's not if there are, is if there are, you're asking us to do that for the final budget that and LTP that comes back, that you still want to have
that smoothing. So do you want a resolution to that effect?
It confirms that we are going to use internal borrowing to smooth the rates.
So we're confirming the use of internal borrowing to smooth the rates as was proposed in the long-term plan consultation documents. Okay, I'm happy to move that. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Johnson. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Motion is carried. Okay, so, yeah, it's been a long day, but we've now got tomorrow off. Well, some of us might have, some of you might have, yeah. So I'll just ask, I just want to I moved it, and who seconded it? Who seconded my resolution? A Bex, and that was just that we confirmed. I'll just it got put in it. Yeah, use it. Okay, I just want to thank you all. It's been a long process and some really good decisions, and they're never easy, but we make them, and we based on the values and the vision that we have for our community, or we don't support them based on other values and visions that we have for our community. So thank you very much for your participation and attendance, and today it has been a big day, and I just really want to thank staff, because these have been such big projects, the civic facility and the town centre revamp. It's been a huge amount of staff time as we've looked at all the different iterations around what will be and what not will be, and just sincerely want to thank all the staff for their input. And I will hand over to Kath. You've got a few comments to make, Kath.
So I will speak for this, because the first thing I want to acknowledge is that was a massive set of decisions that you've made through to us throughout the whole process. It's not been a journey of only a couple of months. It's been, a journey of more than a year for some. And the other thing I really, really want to do is thank my staff, who have really gone above and beyond in some cases in order to pull out all the stops and work scenarios, and have really done everything that a leader could want and more. And it's an absolute privilege to lead such a great bunch of people, and there's only a few of them still in the room, but there's a lot of them sitting in this building and various buildings all around the district, and I know that they can be particularly proud of what they've done to make this happen, because it's not just the big decisions, it's every fee, every level of service question that we've had for the last 6 to 9 months. It's the drawings, it's the numbers, it's the fielding of the inquiries, it's the processing of submissions, it's being out in the weekends and in the evenings with you to meet with your constituents on your issues. So I really, really want to thank my staff, and I certainly want to thank you and thank the Mayor for her leadership through this process.
Thank you. So on that note, I think we will finish with just a few words. So I think I did it last time, so who would like to say a close? Are you right there now, Tim?
Right, I'll read it in Tao and then I'll read it in English, so you know what I'm reading. Alahina mai mātou, tika tia kina mai mātou, mai itikino, whitikina atu te atawhai mai mātou, kia pai te nako te waira hoki. Amene. And that is, may we be guided by what is true, may we be protected from what is bad, may kindness radiate from us, settle our hearts and spirits. Amen.
Thank you. So close the meeting. Thank you.